Oh, that was abrupt. It was a nice loop. I do love myself a nice, seamless loop, but I didn't expect the ending of said loop to just be like bloop at the end right there. Anyway, guess that means it's game time, doesn't it? Hold on. I changed that, but do I have the game capture up? I do. Okay, lucky. And we are on what? 9 deaths so far? Let me check my notes. Where's my deaths file? Birth me code is on 9 deaths now. Alright. Oh, I don't have the death counter up. Smart me. Hey, Robbie, good day to you too. Oh no, don't say it would be. It is a good day, isn't it? Death counter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There. The proper 9 deaths. A couple of things of note so far is that one, lately Twitch has been like having database burps. So like partway through stream early on, it'll revert to the previous day's category or title. But I've gotten around that by spamming edits to the title. So if it does revert, it should be a proper revert. If you didn't X out the fic. Oh no, Robbie, you closed out of it. You know, that's really, really awful. The good news is at least this isn't something you're being graded or paid for, but I know you had your deadline and you really wanted this done by this month. So fingers crossed, hopefully you can get it done, Robbie. Lawrence of Arabia, whoever it was that wrote that, right? He had his entire manuscript for the novel that he lost in Reading Station and had to write the whole thing over. Just editing. Okay, good. So you don't have to redo the entire manuscript. I was going to say that there have been times in the past where people have lost like their everything and had to start over, but it does happen. When that happened, right, he ended up writing an even bigger manuscript. So sometimes losses could become better. But in your case, if it's just the editing, then cool, that's not too bad. Good luck editing. But the other thing I want to note is that when I stopped stream on Monday, I was too premature with it. I should have stopped by the flow first. New file, 0 seconds, 0 minutes, 0 hours. But check this out. We were up here, right? We got a couple more uploads with Pandora. And I was thinking that these locks, right, were things that I could overcome just by getting the right trusts in. The right decisions to bring these up to get the correct frequency. Something like that. But check this out. I think it was... Which death was it? Where we got... What was it that flew across the screen? Directives? Directives for Luxuria? Alphabet and water? I thought that was just like cool things happening across the screen, right? But check this out. I didn't notice this until later. But what do we have here? But a key over the lock in the split where you get to choose to hack Luxuria's helmet. We have a completely new piece of the puzzle here, folks, in which going to bad ends is how you get these keys to unlock these locks. They're literally locks. Not just make the right decision, make the right friends to unlock them, but your helmet or whatever gets a new directive, a new passcode or something, and now you have the ability to go back in a new save to unlock things. And I'm excited. a Cyber 7. It's not Mystery Monday, but finished Yakuza 4 yesterday, so freed up a whole day for this. So now the target is to go for this one here. And since I'm pretty sure that is Luxuria's helmet, because this one was... I forget whose helmet. Avaridia, Era. So we have an entirely new route for her now. Though I don't think we have too many moments for Luxuria, do we? Era, Trustidia, Avaridia. None of whom really increase Luxuria's trust yet. Well, there's that there, 33%. And that'll be another 33%. Maybe we bump her off this time around then. I don't want to lock this in just yet. Maybe put it in for Trustidia, Avaridia. Avaridia becomes prominent up here, so maybe I want Trustidia for this one. $66. And then just jump to it. Jump to it, and then hack her brain for 99%. Completely locking out everything on the north half. And giving us actual lit up grays on the bottom bit. Oh yes, definitely. Got my alphabet here, my T, the most important letter of the alphabet, and my water. So I think I'll jump in. Then skip up until it gets to the hacking point. Bum ba-dum bum. And because Twitch has been having database burps, quadruple checking to make sure the title and the category are still correct, still on birth me code. Good. It's been acting weird with that the past week. Don't know what's up with it. Puzzle. Alphabet and water. Okay, so do get to hack. H2O is water. Alphabet. This is the alphabet. Do I need you to be in proper alphabetical order? LMNO, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N. That is the alphabet. That is water. Alphabet is shorter than water. Huh. So that must be wrong then, if water's supposed to be longer. The letters A to Z. A to Z. Oh. A to Z. Alphabet is shorter. So what is water supposed to be then? Because I've only got one movable vowel. Water that ends in O. Alphabet is shorter. What if it is H2O? And it's just A to Z. Bam, there's a whole alphabet. A, Z, H2O. And the middle bits don't matter. Error. No, that's not it. I don't have a Y, D, or R, so I can't make hydro. Is it A to Z? Literally A to Z. And how to make water with an O. Water ideally is crystal clear. Crystal clear water. Error. Alphabet shorter. What if I reset? Reset and just do as is. A to Z, H2O. Alphabet won't be shorter. Error. Alphabet and water. Alphabet is shorter than water. Alphabet is letters A to Z. Shorter than water. A to Z. But it's not this. It's not AZ, then H2O. Unless... Unless the middle bits count. I don't see this working though. AZ, then alphabetical, then H2O. No. Yeah, that's a no. Alphabet and water. With I, J, K, L, M, N, Z, an H, and a 2. Water is 2 hydrogens, 1 oxygen, but I've only got 1 H. Unless the K is a secret H. The N, if you take the middle bit and straighten it out. Alphabet and water. That's not the default. Maybe it is A to Z, but alphabet is supposed to be shorter. So A to Z makes it 1 longer. I'm gonna make water just an O. Just an O to make a water. What if I quit for now? Oh, that's quit, not just a puzzle. Thought there's gonna be quick back to, oh, I can't hack this, what else to hack? So I can go back through the log. But I don't think there's a hint for it in the log. Only hints I need are the puzzle in front of me, and these 2 hints here. I'm pretty sure. A to Z, J, K, L, M, N, H, I. Thing is, this is a whole lot of consonants and only 1 singular vowel. So I'm thinking, what if it is A to Z and then all this becomes water? But I don't see how that works with J, K, L, M, N, H, I, O. Could this be another job for the anagram finder? I don't see it working out this way, but... I, J, K, L, M, N, O. Get anagrams. No anagrams found for I, J, K, L, M, N, O. Naturally. A to Z and shorter than water. H, I, J, K, L, M, N. H2O. And alphabet is shorter because that's 1. You're only up to here, and you're all the way through. No, that's not it. A2Z. I don't see this working either. H2. H2O. A2Z. No. No. A bit more lateral thinking. It's very lateral though. I've got left to right. That's as lateral as it gets. Alphabet and water. An alphabet is shorter. But I can't spell shorter. I don't have an S. The goal here, Robbie, is to hack into a little girl's helmet, and to do that, I have to solve this puzzle. The clues that I have are alphabet and water. Alphabet is shorter than water, and the alphabet is the letters A, T, O, Z. H2O is a default state. You get A, then I, J, K, L, M, N, Z, and then H2O. Which seems like a valid solution because you got your H2O, you got your alphabet, the alphabet is A to Z. But that doesn't work. An alphabet is longer than water in this case. And if I simply swap Z, so it's A to Z, 2 letters, H2O, 3 letters. That doesn't work either. And if I make it so that the middle bit is in alphabetical order too. Nada. But A to Z is in quotes. And there were plenty of times where puzzles are very literal, like it'll say type valid words, and the solution is to type valid words, clockwise, etc., etc., etc. Or put in this solution, and the solution is that solution. Which makes me think that A to Z in quotes is literally A to Z. But then how would I get H2O? AH to Z? Because the other aspect is that A and O are screwed in, and much like 999, I don't get to carry screwdrivers with me, so I can't unscrew these vowels. A to Z, then a 2, because we have A to Z in alphabetical order. H2O, stretching all the way across. No. H2 no. Maybe the H2O is a red herring. But if it's a red herring, then how else do I make water here? Unless, hold on. Trying to see if I can't like pseudo squint or something. Kind of like leaked if any of these letters would resemble other letters if like looked upside down or sideways. Cause O's an O, right? What qualifies as an H? Maybe H? K could be an H for a 2. The 2 looks like a Z, doesn't? No, that's a Z. That's why it looks like a Z, because it's a Z. But yeah, something like that. So maybe 2. It's not much of an H though. Well, that kind of makes a 2. Then an O. A to Z. And at this angle, you're more of an I than an H. That's not right. They represent themselves and nothing else, or there goes my only stab at lateral thinking. Well, what if we take Miko for water, because sometimes use like purification water? That's not the right solution. And I'm just being silly. J-Lo for water, A2Z and J-Lo. But no, J-Lo is the exact same size as A2Z. A and Z, AZ, J-Lo. And the 2 is a red herring. I think I already tried just everything in alphabetical order. J, K, H, I, J, K actually, hold on. H, I, J, K. L, M, N, Z. Alphabetical order A to Z, but you're longer than H2O. Unless H2O counts as H2O. No. Right solution. Oh my goodness. Didn't even attend that pun. Reset. AIJKLMNZH2O. Who's to say? Hey, Simon Bees. Had to look this one up. I believe you. But who is to say that O isn't actually a 0? Maybe O is the red herring. I do appreciate though that the remove those 4 things, what was the crime puzzle almost got me. Had me thinking, didn't quite get me yet, but it was close. But for this might just be the whole day. Alphabet and water. And water. And the letters represent themselves, even though I can't tell N and Z apart anymore. Alphabet is shorter. Alphabet is the letters A to Z. The letters A to Z. The letters, quotes, A to Z. I'm gonna start overthinking A to Z, aren't I? Pick it apart, the grammatical and the philosophical concept of A to Z. Because it's not the letters A to Z outside of quotes. If there are no quotes, letters A to Z is as expected. But with quotes, A to O Z, we have no T. If I was correct about the letters A to Z, then how to make water out of the rest? I would love to know that. Because right now I've got Kalem Nejiao. And while math was my weakest point, languages aren't too far behind. Kalem Nejiao. I mentioned the solution at least once without knowing it. No way. It can't be Miko. There's no way it's Miko. No, it's not Miko. And it's not Kalem Nejiao either. Just haven't inputted it. Well, that kind of narrows it down then, because I tried a few combinations with like H-O all the way across. And if the letters represent themselves and not anything else, so it's probably not Z or N for a 2 on its side. Because that's not going to be it. Wait a minute. A solution I'd mentioned before, but didn't actually input it. It can't be. There's no way that it's really J-Lo. Okay, good. So if it's not J-Lo, and if I'm kind of getting confirmation that A to Z is the correct part, alphabet and water. Alphabet is shorter. A to Z. So water is probably going to be 4 or longer. Or just takes everything. If it takes everything with all these consonants, I'm doomed. Alphabet is the letters. Quote A to Z. There's quote A to Z. Probably good on hint 2. Alphabet and water. So what do we have here? H-I-J-K. L-M-N-O. A to Z, H-I-J-K, L-M-N-O. O is finally in the proper alphabetical order. Oh no. Oh no. Dudes. No way. No way. H2O. You're kidding me, that's it. A to Z. H2O. No. Nuh-uh. Please, no, 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 no. Thanks for the hints. Okay, that's clever. Part of the chair. But definitely doable through the collaborative nature of that. Smile and shine indeed. Okay, what was leading up? For now, hacking Luxuria. Frequencies include, so nothing new, leading up to the hacking. The establishment had shut its doors following the atrocities. I recall that as well. Ooh, so we're getting world-building lore. It constitutes the main reason for which I ponder upon the reasoning behind our presence in this disaster. Gula and Luxuria were together as expected. The cow-themed girl was deep on the subject of the school's ruined appearance. If bombs went off in 3 wings out of 4, why was the 4th one not destroyed? Perhaps the explosives were defective. I honestly cannot presume to even imagine. The two of them quieted a little as they approached the hallway they'd been in first. Hints without the aha. I kind of feel that struggle, especially with the previous girlfriend I had, in which I really wanted to get her into like cool movies and shows, but I was so terrible about avoiding like actual spoilers, so I would give her the most dull and sterile description of the premise, which made the show sound completely boring, so there went that. Watch this cool show, it's got like people who do a thing. How about now? The two of them quiet a little as they approached the hallway they'd been in first. Passing by Ira and Superbia, they made it seem like they didn't want the 2 others to hear what they were talking about. Once they were in Wing A proper, Luxuria changed the subject. I'm kind of starting to feel like for puzzles, that's easy. You don't want to reveal the aha, so you just give like little pokes. But for like getting people to shows, movies, games, kind of embracing that maybe you simply have to give them a small spoiler to like lure them in, give them a hook, just a little bait. And what about Cora then? What do you think of her? Her helmet's the same as the girl we killed, huh? Luxuria did mention that. That is why way at the start I did want to hack Luxuria, because they went to the room with the first victim, and she said the helmets were the same, they were both bears. I beg you not to endeavor in revealing our actions to everyone. Our actions. Gula, Luxuria. Refrain from speaking of that sordid outcome. She might just be saying that we got the answer wrong. We had her speak the answer first. It was a wrong answer. Her head blew up. But if they're telling the truth, then what went down in that room is that they didn't know what the third person's name was. All they know is that my helmet is her helmet. What if they did know her name? We also know that Ancora did not expect that death. So we have what? We have... Oh, I can't open trust now. We have like 7 people named after sins, 1 Ancora, and 1 mystery person. Somebody is probably wearing somebody else's name. And there's definitely a duplicate bear hat. Don't worry, Ula. Nobody can hear us here. We're way too far from the rest of them. In that case, perhaps she has tricked us. No, that's impossible. The girl with us definitely died, beheaded like that. Perhaps her tour de force has shrunken the opposition down by a ninth. Yet we should not squander the advantage we hold upon that personage. Okay. So Gula and Luxuria may be in collaboration, as a team or something, and a hint that perhaps they deliberately killed the 9th person to reduce opposition. It could be that these two already see me, of the odd name and the similar helmet, as a foe to work against. Except that by hacking Luxuria, she should be at 99% trust. Luxuria's examining the small room on its side, which didn't look like it had much in it. There was a large window beside it, but looking through it didn't reveal anything since it was blocked off too. Changing the subject once again, Luxuria addressed Gula while pointing at the door. Okay. New theory. What if this all happened before? And what we've done is kidnap these people, put them in pods that upload their brains to the internet or something, and they're reliving a past experience. With just enough variable that they can do different things, so some outside entity can figure out what went on that day. Maybe draw out like a confession or something before offing the pod and the person in it. You should do something about it. Do you truly believe I could remove this obstacle simply by wishing for its disappearance? Just use your giant chest to break through the door. Gula held an arm across her chest, as if to block its view, an action that was bound for failure simply based on its size. Your fixation with my bust is becoming quite a nuisance, Lux. Never mind the fact that you're definitely the real culprit behind the darkened areas of this article of clothing. What? Is that not just cow pattern? Can you blame me for wanting to have a little fun? Oh, my heart sank a little at that, Luxuria. At first I thought maybe the names are ironic, because if not, then a little girl getting the sin of lust is really creepy. And here she is, showing that maybe her name is apt. Besides, I didn't see you complaining before now. Does that mean then those are wet spots and not just cow patterns? Lux. Gullah hesitated a little, before holding her hips contemplatively. You are quite the impossible scamp, Lux. I may regret allowing you an iota of freedom. So long as it does not turn to complacency, I will assume the risk. If it means anything, I'm super thankful for that. Still, we should focus on the main thing at hand. Is that main thing just how cute you are? I still cannot get over how cute you are. Aww. Is it on purpose? Cute things such as you are dangerous, so I should really not let you play me like a fiddle, but I can't help it. So cute that you've forgotten that you're forgetting your usual vocabulary. Ah, that is correct. Apologies for that. I shall endeavor in not imposing myself so readily. That'll be hard with the clothes you have, I think. Gullah was definitely embarrassed at those words, both of her arms uneasily crossing under her chest. The girl even averted her gaze for a short moment. These clothes, I am fully aware they are not very flattering. You won't see me complaining, Ula. Besides, I like girls like you. I like them a lot, do you understand what I'm saying? Lux, you're how young now? If you like girls, that's fine, but the age gap? She's clearly at least 18 or so, I think. Going by the bar conversation, she's old enough to drink. The cow-themed girl's embarrassment grew tenfold at that, and a long pause followed the admission. Luxuria noticed, eventually clearing her throat. Ah, sorry. I shouldn't have been so forward. No, it's okay. It's perfectly fine, though I don't really swing that way. Did you ever try? Someone like me, I mean. Lux, you are a child. Not really. Life is full of possibilities, Ulla. If you haven't tried, can you truly say you don't like that? Besides, I'm cute, right? It should be fine then. What am I even watching? Cora, you and me both. For a moment, it looked as though Luxuria might have gotten through to Gullah. The latter sighed, as if admitting defeat. Perhaps. You truly are dangerous, aren't you? But I believe we have more important things for you to focus on, such as the unearthing of an escape route. Let's talk about it again later then. Pinky swear? Pinky swear. The duo resumed their search by entering a nearby unlocked classroom. Looking around the place, the two of them turned everything over. They did find a me card hidden inside the teacher's desk. Isn't this the exact same room we started off in? That's the exact same painting. How strange. But maybe I should leave it here. Pray, elaborate on the reasoning behind that ridiculous notion. I'm thinking we could use it to our advantage. This is an additional me card for us later, and if not, then at least it's a way to keep everyone in here, since we won't get 39 cards without this one. To keep everyone incarcerated, I can understand the thought, but for which purpose? It feels like it would be more fun if we make full use of these 6 hours, no? Luxuria is sounding a lot more deviant than she appears in the upper pack, where she's all tears and whimpering over Ira's death. This is resparking my original notion that maybe Luxuria is the traitor. I find myself somewhat reticent. Your inactions never cease to bring me the utmost worry, both for the others and my own self. And you are sure you don't want to date me still? I can guarantee you just one date. I can guarantee you, just one date will let you know all about what it's like with people like me too. Worry not, Lux. I suppose I can ponder that embarrassing subject just for you. I remain unconvinced for now, however, so please pardon my self-imposed exclusion. Wait a tick. Is a theme here then? That if you go the upper route, it's Era and Superbia, and we split them up. And here, because Lux is at 99%, and everyone who's at 99% die, it's Lux and Gullah, and we split them up. Which means at any single one time at this path, there are 2 teams against me. The emotions are a bit difficult with the masks on. That might be part of the point of them, but you do get a bit of it in how they speak. Like even with text, it's hard to hide like somebody's self. Luxuria is proving to be a proverbial thorn in my side. Perhaps it's a good idea to try and steer the group towards voting her out. She's clearly winning Gullah over already. They are too close, and she's the boss. And just like Gullah keeps repeating, Luxuria is looking extremely dangerous right now. She's the reason why the 9th one died, huh? All of a sudden, frequency switched, interrupting the feed which cut to restore to Ancora's helmet. That could be part of the point too, Robbie, that they are a bit unsettling. I'm not sure if I'd go so far as to say ugly, because they do have like a kind of otherworldly, bizarre aesthetic to them. But it certainly can be unsettling. An hour and 20 minutes had passed since the beginning of the game. Only 40 minutes until everyone dies if no vote is put in. And Luxuria fully trusts me now. I still think it's a bit odd that choosing to hack into people raises their trust in you. And I think that there has to be some in-universe reason for that. Because, back to the gun, right? Choosing to take the gun raised this up 33%. When Superbia asks who to shoot, whoever you say you're willing to shoot raises 33%. Let me see something. We are on Menorah now. Where's Menorah? In the flow. Novel, Manda City, the Menorah, for the split, I guess. So down to the trial. Climb the stairs and NVIDIA. That all should be the same. Don't know yet. Plethora at my expense. So that appears the same as well. Explain the rules. Minutes. And now to decide who we are voting for. Cora's a mastermind, vote for her. Era's in, so similar so far. So Gullah, it's not just you voting this way because that's what the crowd says. I always thought Gullah and... was it Averidia? We're just voting based on what the mob says. But no, Gullah. You had this planned out already. Too quick to you too. Lux, don't have any other choice, gotta be her. Lux, whatever happened to 99% trust? Then blaming Bia again. Gullah Bull Cyber 7. 10 points for you. That was good. so still blaming Bia, despite getting evidence that... What if it's not just trust? What if trust is part of it, but also talking to other people during the other options? Or maybe it starts off blaming Bia, and then the conversation steers towards Lux. Kill the real Pandora. All on board treating the previous death as Pandora, but now me. Name was weird. Pandora and Cora, not a sin. That is still similar. Overlooking. The choice might apparently be between myself and Bia. Here's a split, but there's someone else who's suspicious. What are you talking about? In detective novels, when you get to the end, the culprit is always someone you don't suspect. If you think about it that way, this means someone in our group is much more suspicious than they originally appeared. And I know 3 things that makes a person super suspicious. Which would be... Out with it already. Time's a tickin'. The entire group was willing to give Ancora's theory a listen, since no one interrupted her other than Superbia. Well, I don't know how to explain this, but someone in our group has already committed murder. Dun dun dun. This time, even Superbia remained silent. Everyone was waiting for Ancora to speak. To be more specific, I mean like, not long ago. Earlier, in fact. Do you remember how Lux and Ula left their room without a third party? Are you perchance accusing us of having committed the villainous crime of murder? Superbia answered promptly, interrupting Gula. I always thought that was super suspicious. She's quick to agree. So if we're pinning onto Lux, that's my vote. And the Superbia era team, that's 3. That's a little strange and merits investigation, but that's for later. There's a bigger fish to fry right now. The puzzle wasn't even that hard to put together either. The answer was clearly my emptiness. So why did they get it wrong and die? Is it because someone hid parts of the answer? This line of inquiry is falsification of the truth. The 3rd member of our group died from a wrongful answer, and it was their mistake. I don't know about that, but I think at best, someone caused that death to see if things were dangerous for real. Like a guinea pig. Weak weak. Anyway, there are 2 other things. Gula quieted again. She was possibly weighing her options and opposing that thought. Luxurious said nothing the whole time, not being one for confrontation. A smart plan when you're the imposter. Except when you're an imposter, or Among Us in general, you learn really quickly that oftentimes, especially with the time limit, people go for what's the loudest, and that's so reflective of real life. The second thing is that Lux and Ula are quite close together. So close that I think they're forming a team, and that's dangerous, isn't it? And Lux was the one to propose a voting block in the upper path. For the votes. Wait a minute, do we have this because of knowledge from that upper path? Because she hasn't mentioned this yet in this one. It means they have power. No, we're not. We only explored the school together earlier, and even if I do that, I wouldn't do anything bad, I swear. Superbia cleared her throat and spoke. She was still jumping at any opportunity to pin votes on anyone other than her. It was slightly grating to Ancora, since she wanted to finish putting forth her arguments. We can't be sure of that. Reminder, we're all in my emptiness here. You're the calmest, coolest, most innocent butterfly of the group. Like hell. Cuteness is a weapon too, and Superbia would know. We can't say how it'll go, that's correct. Sorry, Lux, but we have to think about that too. No, it's okay. You're just doing what's logical. But sometimes logic isn't worth anything, you know? Unlike the rest of the ones talking to her, Luxuria adopted a stance based on emotions. Sometimes you can't deduce everything with logic. It doesn't make a lick of sense. Like just how you're making these wild guesses about Ula and me too. You can't know any of the things Cora says, can you? Well, that's true. Aren't you confirming them now? Luxuria took a small pause to mull over that. And Cora was right. She was falling for the bait. So what then? What does it matter if I confirm it? Maybe I like Ula. I'm sure you people like others too. And that doesn't make you a murderer. Superb remained silent, not wishing to get in the way of the little debate. Everyone had forgotten they were on a tight leash time-wise. Lux, that's enough. Other topics merit our attention. Gola tried to quiet Luxuria, almost visibly embarrassed, but she wanted to hear none of it. And besides, why am I under such scrutiny now? Because you had the misfortune of getting topped off on trust? Sorry, Lux. You still haven't answered that, huh? I'm small, is that why? You're picking on me because I'm small? No, it's because you've been meddling with this thing we're a part of. And Cora, don't reveal your cards yet, that hasn't happened yet. For all we know, you two murdered the ninth person in cold blood, but I'm suspecting you way more than Ula. What's it to you, big tits? Insults flew at Cora, all of which quickly grew into a tantrum, which isn't going to make Lux look good. You blonde normie girl with big tits, what do you want, picking on me like that? You really want to pin this on me that bad, huh? You found a me card, didn't you? And Cora, how do you know that? We know how you know that, but everyone else might get suspicious of it. Yes, I used it. No, I mean, in a teacher's desk with an empty classroom, you found a me card and told no one. Something like, it feels like it would be more fun if I make full use of these 6 hours, no? A chilly pause, so glacial, it could have rivaled the North Pole, settled after Cora said those words. I'm pretty sure Bia still saw us by the bathroom, so I'm not sure if we can get away with, oh, we were sneaking around and we heard it from beyond the door. It took a few moments for her to understand that she said something she definitely couldn't have known. Cora, exactly. Oh no. I shouldn't have been thinking that much about what I've seen when I hacked into Luxuria's helmet. Now it's too late. Since the topic's already brought up. Work at your timeline, Cora. You were seen by Bia by the bathroom, sitting, but not the whole time. She would have left, and you could have left, and you might have overheard it when wandering. Guess I'll just have to think something up. As they all hesitated, Gullah suddenly pushed a button on her console as if to vote early. Oh no. It wasn't clear for whom yet. Luxuria eventually broke the awkward pause, but the time it took her to refute it was already telling its own story. There is definitely something weird about this whole voting process, since the people we vote for aren't always the people who become the cursed one, especially on the upper half. Because Lux is already at 99%, maybe they'll vote for her, against their will, even if everyone massively suspects how I know these things. I never said that. Renounced to it, Lux. She's clearly aware of the events that transpired. Gullah backing us up? I know not how nor why, but even you should admit defeat where due. No way! I won't admit defeat because I'm not defeated. You're all going with this? How crazy is this really? She's just spouting a bunch of nonsense. The small girl smashed her head against the console, the sheer strength behind it causing a worrying cracking noise from within it. Maybe it's best to sit back and watch how things go now. You were using your cuteness to manipulate us, and I don't like that. But only if all that was true. Gola confirmed it. I can't see why Cora would lie. Because her stupid big chest is under fire. That's why she needs to lie. I'll agree with whatever B is proposing. Guys, we have 20 seconds left. Oh my goodness, that's no time to talk, just vote. You're making a mistake. It's Cora who should die. She's the one manipulating you. Sorry, but all we have is stuff against you. And if she lies about it, we'll deal with her too. Just like we're dealing with your little bitch ass. The horse and the lion entered their vote, followed by the rabbit after a brief pause with her hands on the buttons. With this many stacked against her, Luxuria lost her mind. This isn't what it was supposed to be. You're making a big mistake. Nvidia put his vote in. You know what, maybe she's correct, because I was really leaning hard early on Luxuria being the traitor, for all sorts of reasons that make her stand out. But if she's a traitor, and if you're killing her off now, then what's this? And that beyond it, there's still game to go. So maybe it's not actually her after all. In other paths where Tristidia kills people, it's usually Ancora, Tristidia, and one other person remaining before he kills all of us. So either the mechanism for what happens after the traitor is killed isn't known to me, or the traitor's among those three in the Tristidia kills everyone endings, maybe. Nvidia put his vote in, and just like that, everyone had voted, except for Ancora and Luxuria. The latter's still screaming bloody murder. What if that's a twist? What if I'm not the mastermind? If my wild suspicion is true, and all this is a program covering a past event to find out who did what, then who's to say that I'm the mastermind at all? Just because I think so. This isn't fair. I'll get you for that. I'll take you all on, I'll break you, and I'll make you take your last breath. You're all going to die, even if I die. I'll come back and... Would you please shut up? You're digging your own grave even deeper. Cora, vote, and let it be done. This is a very long 20 seconds. And you, Cora. Not even hell has a place for what I'll do to you. Ignoring the girl's words, and Cora voted. For... I'll be nice and vote for myself. The screens above the voting console settled onto Luxuria's symbol. It was clear what was to follow. It was her execution. Every shotgun with the victims released their hold, leaving the participants to witness the macabre outcome. It only took a moment for the gunshot to come. It sounded like it had shot Luxuria at point-blank range, but in reality, there were no bullet holes in the helmet she wore. Time slowed down. Okay, time for a new name. Eventually, everything froze. Achievement. Neck the snake. Hello? Who are you? I don't know. Some say my name is Pandora. Hi, Pandora. I'm dead, aren't I? Hi, dead. Depends on who you are. Oh, right. Who am I? I think... Marco? My name was something like Marco. No, I don't think so. That sounds wrong. Oh, that I don't know. I don't remember. You don't remember your name? I know your name. It's Nico. Nico. No last name, just Nico for Luxuria. Luxuria. Nico. Oh no, I didn't write down Wait, hold on. Got Ira, Ava. We don't have Superbia yet. Luxuria is now with Nico. Nico, Nico, neat. Nico? That's cute. I was cute then, I take it. Yes, very cute. That's a good thing. At least I was cute and people loved me. I don't know if such a good thing. What do you mean? Don't you want to be cute too? I don't need to be cute, but what I mean is, cuteness is both a gift and a curse. Maybe you think people liked you for you, but maybe they only liked you because you were cute. Oh, that does sound bad, yeah. How do you know if it's one or the other? I don't think there really are signs. Though, if people gave you a pass because you were cute, a pass? Like what? They let you get away with horrible things because you were cute. Isn't that what happened to you? Maybe. Now that you're mentioning it. That's true. People trusted me a lot because I was cute. I remember that now. So you weaponized your cuteness, didn't you? Maybe I did. Maybe I didn't. It's not like it matters to me now that I'm dead. You never know, but you're right. Whatever you did, people forgave you. Whatever you said, people deafened themselves. It was all because you were cute. In reality, what was inside wasn't so cute, was it? No, I guess not. I wasn't cute inside. I have hatred. A lot of hatred. It's boiling over. No, you don't anymore. Now you're dead. We're running out of time. Out of time? That's right. You have to pass on something. I see. You're right again. Upload the codes. Yes, I'd like to pass on. But will it be scary? Who knows? I've never passed on. Hopefully I'll make it through just because I'm cute. Dust to dust, ashes to ashes. You've surrendered your right to live. I'll now carry your memory. Thanks. By unlocking another door. What was that all about? And Cora, do you not know? You have privileged access to see these... not transactions. These conversations. As time resumed its flow, the aftermath of the vote's outcome rang through Ancora's head again. Among the group was a dead body. No longer its solid 2 legs. It had fallen, limp against the surface of the floor below. Due to the state of the body, the survivors are looking at each other, unsure if Luxuria had truly passed on. That thought was eclipsed from everyone's mind, when a sudden explosion completely obliterated the small one's head. Dust and smoke filled the air, giving the terrifying scene an even chillier atmosphere. In Luxuria's final moments in front of the shotgun, she had been thrashing about. The position of the body made it look more grotesque than it really was. Oh, that's a bit extra, isn't it? I don't recall Ira or the rest having such contortions. From the neck was also a pool of red. A pool that none of the survivors dared approach. Droplets had splattered over the ground, remnants of the horrible blast. All of them were drying already, staining the floor with the ichor of life. With the ichor of life. Or the ichor of death. However, Ancora wasn't dealing with any of the sights. She was looking elsewhere. She was looking left, then right. She was at a state close to hyperventilation. Ancora is this time. She had seen things she didn't recognize. She had heard a voice that couldn't have spoken. She was completely lost in her head, incapable of understanding what had transpired. What was that? What was that vision? A vision. That wasn't a vision. It was real. Right? And Cora shook her head. Others approached her. She pushed them away with an arm in her confusion. Don't touch me. I've seen her. I've heard her. I even know her real name. It's Nico. How? What's going on? What did you see? And why did Upper Root and Cora not have this apprehension about seeing 2 or 3 other uploads? Something weird? I spoke to her. No, it wasn't me. It felt like it was me, but it wasn't me. Was it capital M-E me? She breathed in loudly, and then she calmed down. This was making her look like a freak. And Cora could see Superbia and Ira leaving the group to deal with whatever madness had taken her. I know you didn't want to believe me, but there was something. Maybe it's a helmet. It just came to me. When she died, it's like we... connected? Don't be ridiculous now. That's impossible. The girl felt like an abyss was growing in her stomach. The fact Nvidia didn't trust her enough to believe her was eating at her. Could I bump that up? He's at what? 33% only? Perhaps you're going down a dangerous road by insisting on this vision. Maybe leaving it aside will be for the best. The only person in the group who remained close to the dead body was Gullah. She was leaning beside it, as if she was regretting the outcome in some fashion. That makes sense, as she and Luxuria had been close before. You aren't making any sense. And hey, Bia? Ira? Come back here, will you? We have to decide what we're doing now. We need some order in the group, or anarchy will reign. What we're doing? Isn't it obvious? And Cora asked a question, but her vision faded right afterwards. Oh, me time? Very soon. Everyone's helmets displayed that fake environment again. Me wasn't done giving them instructions. Greetings once more. I'm sure you'd rather not see me again. Not after the vote and your forced witness of a dead body. I would like to remind you that there will be 5 more in total today, other than this one, so you should strap yourselves in. The carnage isn't over yet. Far from it. Fortunately for you, now you have an hour of respite. Please use your time well. We will be heading towards more of those education rooms now. If you'd remember the room you woke up in, they're a little like that. All the me cards are hidden further inside. To progress, you will have to unlock doors leading to the hallway, much like how you've unlocked the previous one. That is correct. Another puzzle awaits you. Hopefully, you didn't kill off your best puzzle solver yet, or else you would regret it now. The timer inside in Cora's helmet read exactly 4 hours remaining. Once you've made your way inside, you will have to split up into 3 groups. You may be 1, 2, or 3 in a group. The very moment 4 people enter the same classroom, they will surrender their right to live. Each classroom has an assigned subject for you to study, and a question to answer. The subject in question will be given to you personally by me after 39 seconds have elapsed since the room's door has been opened, which is also when it will close and lock. Don't you feel smarter by learning various subjects? Another smart thing to do, not opening the doors until you're ready to go in. Otherwise, it will lock you out for 39 minutes. Please remember that once you enter a room, you will also only have 39 minutes before you surrender your right to live. Time is of the essence, and I will stop taking it from you for now. From now on, I will only appear to give you each room subject as you enter them. I wish all 7 of you good luck. And don't forget, I'll see you later. 7, huh? Quick triple check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and me makes 7. So who are you? Because one person for sure died in the first rooms. So this very much isn't a secret ninth player like in 999. Maybe the actual overall mastermind above myself who's watching this. I grab the gun, they get pleased. Or maybe, because trust seems to lead up to somebody dying. Maybe that's what it is. Acts of rebellion, grabbing the gun, bring the true person that we don't know about closer to revelation. If I get this up to 99%, somehow, the only dot I have in it came from a dedicated dead end. But heck, this is new territory. You might get more on this end. Then the image faded once more, and Ancora's vision was replaced with the real world again. She looked at Tristidia. He took an uneasy pose, no doubt thinking all that information over. Before Ancora could resume the topic, Gula and the others approached her, hounding her in Tristidia's stead, and I just had another thought. The first person to die had an unknown name and the same helmet I'm wearing, and the only two who knew that were Luxuria and Gula. So if I bump off Gula, that's one more person who knows a secret, and nobody else will suspect a thing. It'll be clear running from then on. Pray enunciate yourself, Cora. Far from me to entertain the veracity of such a senseless thought, yet I am curious about the vision. What transpired in it? All of Ancora's previous instability came back at once, hitting her like a truck. I saw her, Lux. I saw her. Lux, or Nico. I spoke to her. I spoke to Nico. I spoke to her, and she said she was dead. But it wasn't me. It was me, but it wasn't me. Is this because we are already dead, so we are part of that overall Pandora consciousness? Superbia and Ira had come back with Tristidia's demand, both of them looking upon the wreck that Ancora had become. What are you talking about? Also worth noting that lots of times, this game is from Ancora's POV, but the narration describes Ancora as that girl. Maybe we are the helmet. Maybe we're the helmet, and Ancora is a separate person, Ancora's a traitor, and the mastermind is being worn by the traitor. How's that? What are you talking about? You aren't making any goddamn sense. I don't really get it either. But, shouldn't we get a move on and start making up teams like what Me said? Nvidia agreed to that course of action, and so did Tristidia. Wait, no, that wouldn't make sense though, because if that was true, then if Ancora the person and Ancora the helmet are separate, then I'm giving her full access to everything I see. Unless she doesn't see what I see. Maybe I'm not Ancora, maybe I'm watching Ancora. And when I hack, I'm choosing to switch feeds from spying on Ancora to spying on somebody else. But then she knows the things that I know though. Unless Ancora isn't speaking. Because these voices are coming out from speakers. They mentioned the modulation and stuff way early on. It could be Ancora isn't able to speak. But if that's true, then what the heck does Ancora witness? If not the words leaving her mouth. Her arms moving, her body language, in ways that relate to what we're saying. So maybe that's wrong. Because the actions of Ancora the corpus match the actions of Ancora the voice, so that can't be right. No. Ancora is Ancora then. Nvidia agreed to that course of action, and so did Tristidia. Ancora was still almost hyperventilating, but by now, the group was more focused on their own survival than her state of being. I saw her, I swear. Okay, whatever. Look, we have to make the groups now. So either you come with all of us, or you're going there alone. She can't come with all of us, actually. Me said we had to split up, but we can't bring more than 3 people in one room. I think if we were to explore 3 rooms again, then we have to split 3-2-2. Hold on. Me, where's me? One, 2, or 3. The very moment 4 people enter the same classroom, they will sort of the right to live. What if it's 5? What if 5 people walked in at the exact same time, huh? Me? Did you think of that? We could always make 2 groups of 3, and one stays alone. Wouldn't that be quite sad for her, however? As much as I want to be nice, it's not really my problem, to be honest. You know what? I don't know what prior relationship that Gula had with Luxuria, but we could probably manipulate that, since Gula was starting to be seduced by Lux. How's the trust right now? 0? On Gula. Okay, I'm thinking that after this dead end, we target her next. See if we can't get 99 for Lux, and then work on 99 for Gula. And as much as I'd want to agree with you, Ira, we do have to keep our teams balanced, because we have to get the me cards from inside. It would be stupid to send this insane bitch alone just to have her unable to bring the me cards to us. Yeah, okay, sure. So let's make 3 teams of 2, and we'll bring her with one of them, I guess. No, that makes it a team of... Wait, 3 teams of 2, and bring her with 1. Ira, you sweet himbo, that makes it 2-2-3. How are we going to determine that? I didn't say to bring her along either. Isn't it just better to leave her out of it? To better leave her out, if she's going to be a problem. It's not like we all have to go in, right? Superbia's voice slowly died off in the distance, and Cora wanted to prove she wasn't insane. While they debated over the teams, the girl made her way down to the doors adjacent to the set they took to get to the crossroads. It looked much like the other set when it was closed. A firm push proved she wasn't going to open them by any other way than the puzzle. Is this how we prove? No, we're still of sound mind because we could solve a puzzle. Or is this going to make us more suspicious? Solving all the public puzzles on top of hearing voices? It was, of course, what had been planned, so nothing was out of the ordinary here. Next to the doors, a panel was containing a square puzzle, much like the one she previously solved. It wasn't the same puzzle though, obviously. A good way to prove to them otherwise is to solve the puzzle. If that's done, then they'll have no choice but to realize no one's insane here. Oh, she's losing it. At least that was a thought. And Cora stood in front of the 2 doors alone. With a sharp inhale, she looked at the panel and started solving it to open them. Solve the puzzle. Stoozy the puzzle. What do we have? Me! Me, and the only thing I'm given are T, M, I, A, G, P, L, and an S. And central M's on the top, the bottom, and the left. Emma E. Emma E. Tam. Pi. Oh, there's only one A. No, there's 2 A's. Tamalpais. Mount Tamalpais. Or is it Tamalpais? It's probably not the mountain, because you can't make Mount Tamalpais all throughout. But I've got two A's. Two A's, two I's to work with, a G, an L, and an S, and a P. And a T. Everything is an M. Except for T, A, I, G, L, S, P. What could I make with all of you? I'm assuming that there's also an M there. What if it's an M in every corner? To start off with. What if it's M's all along the perimeter? M gives us all the non-M's in the middle. And then how to work you here. That's probably not the solution. Because A's, I's, L's, G's, S, and P. What do the clues say? No, I can solve this out the hints. What about just put everything in the M? Everything encapsulated. M-E. It doesn't say me, by the way. It's M space me, all caps. Of course it wouldn't be right. Me doesn't mean M in the extremes. I have 4 vowels. 4 vowels, so maybe put each vowel. Malim, no. I'm thinking that it's one of those things we're supposed to spell stuff in all directions. M-E. I can't spell magic. What's a hint? Give me one hint. You can ignore most kinds of letters. Most kinds equals M. But it's not saying the most kinds. Think about it from a meta perspective. Well, what do we know about me? Me is an AI. Meta. I can't spell meta, actually. Wait, no, I can't. I don't have any. Meta. Matam. Matalum. Migdusum. Mitpatrium. From the bottom left to up. Ignore most kinds of letters. Think about it from a meta perspective. Maybe these 3 letters are the most important. The important hint that what we're looking for is something that goes true from here to here and repeats from here out. So, what will that be then? Ignore most kinds of letters. From a meta perspective, me. Using meta perspective, me. What if I want to make something from M to M here? Something that starts with M, ends in M, with these 2 rows of letters. I've noticed the space. It's why I'm reading this as capital M space capital E, and not just as me. though I'm not quite sure how to interpret that yet. Capital M, capital E, with a space, being the initial hint. Which makes me think it's not the word me. M-E, 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 capital M space capital E, with a whole field of M's. A whole field of M's, 3 of which are screwed in, top, left, and bottom. And AAIILPSGT. Could ignore the most kind of letters, most kinds of letters. Think from a meta perspective. Okay. Just working on the what ifs for now. What if I want a word from M to M? What can I make? Malum? Not malum. Maps? M-E to map? From meta perspective, from meta perspective, from meta perspective throws me off because that could make it mean anything. M-E, ignore most kinds of letters. Ignore most kinds of letters. Does that mean just ignore the M's then? Even if they're screwed in? Because M's have the clear majority here. So what could I make with just these as alone? Maybe that's it? What am I with only these letters? Because I can't think of any 5-letter words beginning with them, ending with them, that incorporate these. Me? Well, Ancora is a... I don't have R. A gr? The P is really an R, missing its leg. Probably not what they meant by meta. Me, M-E, M-E, meta perspective. M-E-M-E. The me, whose name is spelled capital M, capital E, is a mouthpiece for this game, which makes her the lips of the game. M-E is the lips, the mouthpiece, no. What if I ignore most of the letters? Don't have to make any words. Huh. In a meta sense, M and E, M space E, M space E. Ignore most kind of letters. Meta perspective. M space E. And I do have enough letters to make 2 rows of letters. What if it's simply to make a division between them? M space for the M's? Except I can't put full M's here. M's. Wait, no, it's not full. That's right. Because there were 9 letters that aren't M's. So that's not it either. Meta perspective, M space me. M space me with 3 M screwed in, can ignore most of the letters. Well, clearly, then this is the solution. A solution full of M's. The E is for error. M, error, M, space at the time it takes to confirm. And Cora is totally proving that she has this all together. I can't put M's. What if I put everything but the M's? No. Because that's a lot more than 9, isn't it? What if I try to fill the middle with M's? Okay, that's a whole middle. Giving me 4 more in excess. Just making shapes with the M's now. M space E. With this, meta perspective, ignore most kinds of letters. And the outside hint is, don't have to make any words. Space is important. Clearly, this is a brain swell root. Between this and alphabet and water. M space E, M space E. It's also clear to me. P-A-L-M. We could write out palm or palms, but writing words isn't required. Alms. No. M space E. An A-N. We do have 2 A's. There's no E, so I can't make a game. M-E. To make doesn't involve words. A-N doesn't involve words. Space in the directive is important. According to the hidden hints 3, hints 4. M-E. A was called out. Have to make an. Ignore most kind of letters. Meta perspective. M space E. M space E. Ignore most letters. Meta perspective. No words. Doesn't make words. Have to make an. Blank blank blank. This is a tricky one. M space E. M space E. M space E with all this? Maybe I can suss out some further clue with the initial placement of the letters? Right in thinking in terms of patterns. Well, patterns is really all I got. And the most patterns I have, the easiest pattern to make is to fill out the extremes, because the M's fit the extremes perfectly, leaving just the non-M's in the middle. Maybe I can make some other stuff instead. Hold on, M space E. M space E. Do I have enough to make an E out of the M's? E? An M-E. An M-E. Meta perspective. An E that is an M, and it even has like the little shorter bit here. Because I don't see any clear solutions. This is me being desperate. An M-E. Technically only possible thanks to unlocking hints, secret hints 3, 4, and 5. Thank you very much, Cyber7. Doors unlocked. And when Ancora finished solving the puzzle. The doors unlocked when Ancora finished solving the puzzle. Giving one of them a light push, she confirmed they could be opened, and left their immediate area to head back to the 6 other survivors. The entire process had taken a few minutes yet, when she rejoined them. It didn't take long for her to understand the discussion about how to handle the team still wasn't over. First of all, we should make the teams. Then we could decide what to do with her. Okay, that's fair, I suppose. How to divide, though? You and Bia are adamant about going together. But won't that be unbalanced? It would be. We all need to have a team that has someone good at solving those rooms, which would be Viddy and me, and Cora, who might need some extra help but solves puzzles the same. Ula can't be that bad either if they escaped their room too. Unless the one who was good was in fact the one who died, which then begs the question why they died at all. Though Gulla's been unresponsive for a while now anyway. We're going in a circle. You want me and Bia to split up. That's fine, I guess. Superbia didn't like that, and she glared at the two that were trying to split her up from Mira. And Cora chimed in when the situation deteriorated further. I opened the doors. The puzzle, that is. It's solved now. Ah, you're back. I noticed you'd left a little earlier. There was a definite change in Nvidia's tone towards her. Not sure how much I can count him as an ally anymore. What's he at still, 33%? 33 still? Maybe it's best to be wary, or to bump him off next. Yes, well, I thought it'd be a good idea to do that while you all talked. It's not like you have given me a chance to explain myself, or that you'd be willing to believe me without thinking I'm weird. Nvidia scratched the back of his head a bit, as if he was embarrassed about his behavior towards her. Tristidia didn't put so much as a veil over his own beliefs. That's true. But still, solving the puzzle is good. See? She's still good. She's not gone mental. She can come over with one of our teams. Whatever. What are the teams like in your head, oh great horseman? Maybe something like... The first team would be Viddy and Ula. The second would be myself and Bia. And the third would be you, Ava, and Cora. Alright, so that gives us more points with Ira and Ava then. Who has 0 points with us, 0 points with us. Only one's halfway decent or 1/3 decent with me are Nvidia and Tristidia. Let's see out for the two. If you think I'm gonna group with you, yes, what if I think so? Will has to remember this path because he killed Bia the last couple of times. Is that teams of 2 again, myself and Bia? Maybe if they take the same room. What if we do have to balance ourselves out this way so we actually all live? As if most of your common survival really matters. I know you don't give a shit about anyone else, Bia, but if we die, you die too. We keep repeating that too. We get it already. He didn't sound too pleased with her, but she just shrugged nonchalantly, as if it had truly nothing to do with her. Fine then. You're right. Happy now? No, not really. I won't be happy until all this is over. Have you decided yet then? I don't really have a preference one way or the other. As far as I'm concerned, I feel more like an observer than a real participant right now. Ah, right, sorry. I didn't really consult you when thinking those teams over. She dismissively waved in the air. What if everybody has some team? Cause so far we've got Superbia and Ira who team together, Luxuria and Gullah. Who does that leave? 1, 2, and 3. So maybe you two? Because you seem rather polite, and she didn't just brush you off. Like I said, I don't have a preference. We should get a move on. Remember, our time is ticking down and it's not going to stop anytime soon. My time's not going to stop at all. It will if we don't hurry. We're close to 10 past the hour. Let's go. The group was, for the most part, in agreement. Alright, so if it does stay as is, then Bia does go with Tristidia, who, in the upper path, found reason to believe that Bia was a murderer and got her killed, personally. Gullah had remained almost completely silent since Luxuria had died. After a second or so, she decided to join them again, still mute to all attempts at conversation on the way. It was like she really didn't really know what she was going to do anymore. As they set off towards a new set of doors, and Cora. Okay. Gullah, Tristidia, and Ira. I've already got some with Tristidia. Let me see something quick. Another marker. But novel is the initial Nvidia or Superbia. Ira, Tristidia, Aviridia, Gullah. Have to take Luxuria here if I want to get through. Ira, Nvidia, Luxuria had to hack. No trust here. Back to where I am. So, I've already got some with Tristidia. Might as well. But I also do want to get Gullah to bump up more. So do I want to go Tristidia for the case of getting him to 66%? Or Gullah to see if I don't have time to make a patsy out of her? And completely silence the truth of the first rooms. Despite her best efforts, the cowgirl remained completely mute, but still gained some points with. And Cora chose to walk in silence with her regardless. The others are all too content to let the two of them follow along without raising their voices. Still, despite the lack of communication, and Cora felt a bit of a kinship with her. They say that ostracized people sometimes end up forming their own groups. Like the kids who get bullied at school end up becoming friends. Now, Gullah didn't get ostracized in the same way, because her silence is completely voluntary, but it's still similar, I think. The silence wasn't allowed to continue for much longer, though. So, how was that puzzle? Tricky. Toughest one yet. Even more so than alphabet and water. And Cora didn't realize that she was being addressed until Avaridia spoke again. Hey, anyone home? She snapped her fingers, which brought in Cora back to reality. Truth be told, she had been deep in thought too, much like Gullah. Oh, sorry, I was thinking about things. The puzzle wasn't too bad, I guess. And Cora, come on. That was a good 15 minutes minimum. It only took me a few minutes. Yeah, like 45. This kind of puzzle is nothing for someone like me. Maybe I could have done it even faster. Sure, Ancora, now that you know the solution. Good to know then. We have a good chance of making it out of our rooms after all. Hey, what does that mean? Do you also think I'm loopy? Can't deny that having visions doesn't make you look too sane. The group arrived at the small intersection in the hall. There was a tiny part leading further in, towards two doors, much like the ones they'd gone through a moment ago, and a longer hallway gave way to a bend. This is where we split up, I think. There's a door ahead that can be opened for a classroom that most likely contains some knee cards. Bia and I should head over there. Nobody made you the leader. If anything, that was my idea too. Alright, Bia, you can share the idea. The earlier I'm in there, the earlier I can leave it. Deciding not to futilely argue against the rabbit, the horse waved to the rest of the group before trudging off towards the door. Superbia followed him without so much as the same courtesy. Faced with that, Ancora wished Superbia good luck anyway, turned to Nvidia and the others. What I'm thinking is, if I did speak to Superbia at first, talking to her now would put her at 66%. Respectable. And one hack or something away, one small decision, for making her the scapegoat. But given the reality that I have here, probably should go for Nvidia instead. Nvidia and the others. But it's and the others. Does anybody else get a boost? No. And Cora looked over at the group, and she noticed Ira was a little distraught by this. Nah, he's at 0 too. He was holding his arms and looking out of place. It was probably due to Superbia's departure. Before she could talk to him, Nvidia grabbed her shoulder. Hey, you okay? We have to keep moving. Be thankful the others are allowing you to come with them still. Oh, yeah, sorry. Let's go. Ira's not taking the separation from Superbia too well, huh? What's he even seeing in her anyway? So far, he's been the one clinging to another person the most. Except for Gullah. She's still mute from Luxuria's death. The group was left to its own volition following all that. I guess Ula and I will take the next one then. Gola nodded her head in acknowledgement. Gee, this room's gonna be fun, I can just tell. The sarcasm in his tone wasn't lost on Ancora. She wished she could say something to lighten the mood, but everything she thought up didn't seem good enough. In the end, she just remained silent, just like Gullah. The larger group walked further down the hall. About midway, there were two doors leading to different classrooms. True to his word, Nvidia pulled Gullah over into the first of them, leaving the second to Ira, Ancora, and Avaridia. Can't say I'm a fan of locking myself up in one of those death cages again, but... Oh, stop complaining and go. Besides, you get to be with a cute girl and a mature woman. And this is the most we do get to see of Ira? Yeah. Those are probably the most dangerous things in there. Avaridia disregarded his peek and lazily walked into the classroom after opening the door. Ira followed her, after shrugging at the remaining girl, who also followed after him. I'm glad we managed to reach an outcome without tearing each other's heads off for once. Literally, Ancora. So, new room. Which makes you wonder if this is the room that Tristidia saw on the other upper paths. Because something he sees makes him realize that Bia is worth killing. So either he's not going in that room this time, or there's more than 3. The girl mumbled to herself, taking in the sight of whatever was inside the room. It was not actually a classroom. It was like the lobby of a large manor. The room was tall, and it seemed like there was a second floor above. This place is really big. What does it mean to represent? And why is this in this school? I don't know. I think I know this place, but my head hurts when I think about it too much. Are we supposed to take the balcony too? Will we walk through here up there? After giving it a moment of consideration, and trying to move closer to have a better look at it, Ancora realized there was no going up there. There was a ceiling. It only appeared as though you can get up to a second floor. I see. So it's not really like a second floor. It's an optical illusion. The ceiling is painted as if there was a second floor, but it really doesn't have one. That's kind of fucked up. The 39 seconds leading to Mia's announcement elapsed, and the door locked to trap the 3 of them inside of this lobby. Mia peered upon their helmets, true to her word. Isn't this place just grand? It's really expensive to get a house to look like this. Not only is it expensive, but it's pretty much impossible unless you have more money than sense. But we're not here to figure that out. That has nothing to do with your immediate situation. What you're going to figure out here is a murder. So this is the room that Tristidia had before. That made him obsessed with somebody being a murderer. Yes, I'm sure you've all found that newspaper article that talked about it before. That is not exactly relevant right now, but there's a murderer in your group. In our group. Does she mean this group of 3? Or the whole group of 9 period? Your task is to figure out who it is and then tell me. I'm sure you can understand there is only one murderer too. That's correct. None of the others have committed the crime of murder as of your incarceration. As of your incarceration. So please take that to heart and work together. Then again, in this kill me game, you're all criminals. So who knows how much you can trust anybody still? Oh, right. For the answer, I'm not looking for a name. No name this time. The last time was an actual first-last name. Lucille Bois-Joly. And according to Google, there were multiple people with the last name Bois-Joly. Just the title this time? Instead, you'll be working to tell me which personality did the murder. Oh no. Because last time, Tristidia was all about the personality. Is that what got into his head? To look at those online quiz personality things. And it didn't pay attention to who was who. According to him and his categorizations. If you aren't familiar with it, you'll find something that will help you delineate all of that in this duel of rooms. I'll see you later. It's alright. I could always make a new file, then go to that dead end, fill it in for me, and then go back and see who he said was who. He's pretty certain that the murderer is Superbia. But he's also going based off of his analysis and interpretation, and categorizations are always painted by the person doing the categorization. Especially if he's pegging people from the outside in and not going with full information. None of them seem to... Once again, the vision of me disappeared and light returned to their eyes, filtered to the cameras of the mask they wore. None of them seemed too pleased about the news that a killer was on the loose. Wait, that also means then that your city completely missed the point about only one person being the murderer. We all know that we're criminals, we're all part of my emptiness. Then going off about the most dangerous personality type and corruption thereof, which kind of rubs me towards a similar vein of like Greek philosophers talking about an ideal state and corruptions of those ideal states, which for old men several thousand years ago, going off a lot of incomplete information. 39-minute countdown, huh? We're doing this again. Yes. We better get to searching. Even if I feel like this place is comfortable enough to take a nap inside. Take it once you're all done, and we've left this horrible school. I'd personally like to get out as soon as possible now that it's confirmed one of us 9 is a murderer. That couch behind her. Poor Avaridia was unable to catch a break in the bar room because the couch was fake. It was plastic. How cruel would that be if every couch Avaridia comes across is fake? Superbia got to use a real bed, why not to give Avaridia a real couch in one timeline? True timeline route. Has the couch be real? This room shouldn't be too bad either. The Enneagram of personality reduces the amount of possibilities to 9. So working with that, alright. Not going to think about it too much. It's best left to the search. There's the Enneagram somewhere in there. So as long as one finds it, they'll have a solid hold on the mystery. Deduction state. Okay, so first things first. I have to see if it's real. For Avaridia's sake. A couch! One small pixel hunt here. Well, luckily we do just what, is a controller shift? It's just a button press away to highlight things. So, shouldn't be too bad, I hope. In the first room too. A couch. I love couches. They're very comfortable. Let's see if this one measures up to the one I have at home. Oh, being nicely seated is just about the best thing in life. She rapidly rubbed her hands together, to the horror of Ancora, who watched as the older woman desecrated that piece of furniture by thoroughly using it in its intended way. It's not actually that great, but it is real Avaridia. That's the important thing. If it's a mediocre couch, it's real. That's still good. I guess it's better if you're not stressed out. I'd still give it an 8 though. An 8! So the couch does work then. Out of 10? Yes. I mean, it's pretty good, but she adjusted herself into the seat before lying onto her side. She finally gets her real couch. Maybe an 8.5. Then why not have a scale of 20 instead, so you can give it a 17? Are you ridiculous? Scales go from 0 to 10 or 0 to 100. Won't that make it have 11 or 101 possible scores, rather than a flat 10 or 100 anyway? Why is it at 1 to 10 or 1 to 100? I'm not the one who makes the rules. She nonchalantly shrugged. I'm more interested in seeing if there's anything around the sofa itself, rather than its comfort level, to be honest. While Avaridia looked outraged, and Ancora would dare suggest that. The girl knelt down, looking under the couch. I think if I extend my hand... Ancora grabbed a part of the couch to pull herself right against the underside. She could see better. Something was written there. I need some light to see this. Guess I'll have to look at this again later. And he could have helped me a little, you know? The couch is far too comfortable for me to get down to the ground too. I mean, it's still at a level of 8.5. Ancora stood back up, crossing her arms at Avaridia, who shrugged back at her. Lazy bum. Okay, so what do we have here? So if there's a pixel hunt, what would it be? There is the table and the lamp that appear meshed into the overall thing of the couch. There's a painting on top of the mantle, another painting. Maybe it's the mirrors beyond the stairs? Door handle, maybe. Door and door handle being separate objects could be. Lamp, are you special? Lamp on, that we could search under. No, this is all one thing. Mantle and painting separate. Desk is separate. Attention to the stairs. Is it the switch? Oh, it is a little switch. Cool. And now that we know the switch exists, maybe switch for a lamp? For light for under the couch? No matter how much Ancora pulled on the cord, the lamp remained turned off. It's broken or something. In fact, all the lamps like this one are broken here. I wonder why. What? No, these lamps are on. That's multiple lamps. Maybe it's broken. So you have to find something else if you need a light. Bump. Switch. Did you see this part? It looks awfully weird. It's like you could open it. Oh, is that a keyhole? Then it's not a switch. Need a key for this. Ugh, what don't you need a key for in this place? Definitely got stuck from not noticing it. Well, given the ladder, I can see why. I missed it. Lit things up, looked around. Completely missed it, even when illuminating the square of the stairs. Ancora took a moment to reminisce about the first room she'd explored, as there were a bunch of keys there too. It's kind of overdone, but keys are the best way to lock people's progress. As opposed to a unique screwdriver per room, 999, find a screwdriver, use a screwdriver, toss the screwdriver away, and there's no rule in 999 about bringing objects out of their rooms. In fact, that does happen in the stories, but nobody thinks to hold on to the screwdrivers. So by the end of the game, you get like a half dozen screwdrivers, if not more. Avaridia signaled at Ancora with both her hands in annoyance. And what are you laughing at? At least keys. One expects to be unique to the lock, so that makes sense. But a new screwdriver every single puzzle? I mean, for this one at least, they mentioned way early on that you're not allowed to bring objects out. I'm pretty sure me mentions that. So that makes sense. But there's no such stipulation in the Nonary games, as far as I remember. Oh, nothing. I just thought of a dumb pun. And Cora, there are no dumb puns. Alright then. But think less about puns, and think more about escaping this room. Okay, fine. Anyway, the lock on this one is silver, so I guess we have to find a silver key. Completely blends in. Like, just looking at this, I assume that's the glow of the outline of the stairs. You're still broken. Something else needs the light. No further clues on you. Just missing a key element in your solution. She made up her pun. A key element. That's like a pun, right? Era. To think the first time through we killed off someone who appreciates a good pun. Yeah, something like that. What did the stairs give me? Just that the upper floor's fake? And Cora walked up the stairs. Ira followed. But as they both found out, the staircase didn't lead anywhere in particular. This place is a bit familiar. I can't put my finger on it. He mashed his fist into a palm, looking rather angrily about that fact. It'll come back in due time. But in which way is it familiar? I think I've been here before. If Tristidi is right, and Superbia is the personality type that became the murderer, and Ira is familiar with this room, could be Superbia's house. And maybe he's been here before as her pawn or boyfriend. A large ornate mansion, rich place. Were you working there as a guard or something? Don't be silly. I'm too young to have a job yet. The girl looked him up and down a little. Young? He's built like a brick wall. Why are you examining me like that? It's true. He became irate again at the idea, averting her gaze, and Cora continued investigating the area in silence, but nothing came with the staircase itself. Stop staring at me. It's rude to stare. Did I press a button by accident? No, all still good. Good. I'm not staring. And Cora, please get more. Oh, just making a silly joke. Never mind that. Okay. What Ira needs to do is leave Superbia behind. Then Cora and Ira could be the straight man and comedic duo. Paintings? How about paintings? The painting has nothing inside of it, outside of it, or behind it. I can't even move it. Let me try. But nothing interesting happened. Except for getting clicked again. You know how sometimes people put together this kind of room? Include things that have nothing to do with the solution, just to keep you occupied. This is one of them. Cute. Unlike the other painting, this one can be moved. She pulled onto the side so lifted slightly, curiously spying behind it. There was nothing but a wall. Yet behind the wall, no, behind the painting itself, were some words, haphazardly scribbled across the surface. There are some directives here. 3. For helper, it goes where there's free space. Hints for a puzzle. One, 2, 3. For helper, goes where there's a free space. Helper, free space. Simple enough. Why does it say 3 though? Because it's part 3 in the instructions. Is it the order to put the directives in or something? I don't think so. You don't think so? This sounds like the very final step to do, since it mentions free space. I don't know, Ancora. Steps sometimes go out of order. Paint me like one of your French girls. Or don't, actually. It's probably better if you don't. Mantle, fireplace. This is giving off a lot of heat. Is that so? It doesn't look that hot to me. He reached towards the fire, but the teacher grabbed his arm. Hey, don't burn yourself. We need a way to extinguish a fire if we're going to look into there first. Which isn't necessarily water either. You need to asphyxiate the fire to extinguish it. The painting is probably too flammable, but a lid over the fireplace might do it. Or the rug? No, the rug's too big. It wasn't that hot, and besides, look, I got this. He taken out a small object from the fireplace, which was a grayish key. It's a silver key. Where there's a silver key, there must be a silver lock. Where there's a mon lock, there must be a monkey. Looks more like steel to me. But yeah, a key. That's good, right? And turlocks for turkeys. Anything else on the fire? Still no sign of any water to stop this fire. If only we had a fireman here. A tall, American, blonde fireman who could break this place open and rescue us. Psst, they'd probably get here too late. Doesn't feel like there's anything else here anyway either. Probably all that's it for there. I have played Zero Time Dilemma, but I wasn't too fond of it. I think part of it was going from 999 to VLR to ZTD. I kind of had an expectation for how to bounce around the flowchart, and so going to the fragmentary thing was kind of disorienting to me. A jab at Carlos. Ah. I wasn't all too fond of ZTT, to be honest. I get what they were going for with changing it up, making it so it's like a mystery of who are these people even. But I couldn't really get attached to the characters. You know? Like, it's going from like fragment to fragment, and then dramatic death happens with swelling music, and I'm like, I don't know these people. I don't have any association with this death here. I don't know. Just wasn't my thing. And welcome, Carlos Stan. The silver key we found looks like it fits in here. It looks more like a steel key than a silver key to me. Regardless of what the key really was made of, it fit into the lock. Opening the object dropped a rolled piece of paper onto the ground. Unfortunately, due to its placement, it burnt up. No, it fell behind the couch. Damn. We'll have to get it. I'm on it. She moved the couch ever so slightly and reached for it with her arm, but it was then that Ira came by. He suddenly pulled the couch over, moving it entirely out of the way for her. Well, Ira, if you and your muscles could just move the couch like that, could you tilt the couch towards fire so we could read what's underneath it? He grabbed the piece of paper, and Ira replaced the couch where it had been. I was being careful because couches are precious things and mustn't be harmed at all costs, but I suppose this works too. There are better ways to be grateful for help, I'd say. You get to see what we found. On this paper is written, 2. Peacemaker, Achiever, and Loyalist form a perfect triangle. A perfect triangle? Like what kind of triangle? Peacemaker, Achiever. Peacemaker, that Justitia assumes he is, because he is making the categories. Achiever. Loyalist. Perf triangle. I don't know about better replays. I mean, I guess if people like ZTD after further replays, more power to them. I didn't really enjoy it, but I won't fault other people for liking it. Everyone has tastes and preferences, different things they could overlook. What in the heck are those? If I had to guess, they're personality types. Same, 7. Like, I've seen the story in it. I am curious a little bit about taking some of the codes you learn later on and going back through to see about sequence breaking. That'd be cool to me. But the way ZTD works is that for my save file, if I tried to do that and go backwards, it would just go through the story that's unlocked. So I'd have to completely erase the game and start a new one, and I haven't got the patience for that. Let's throw this in our communal inventory. Alvaridia held onto it for a while longer, trying to remember all the personality types, but it became obvious she couldn't do it. She eventually relinquished the paper to the rest of their findings. Well, if it's worth anything, Robbie, I gave it 1. 1 playthrough is plenty. It's the least one can give it. So all I have so far, painting, 3, key, and that clue. So since Ira has muscles, can we move the couch to the fire? There's nothing else around the low table or the lamp I checked. So much for that thought. Really? Nothing else, Ira? There's words, aren't there? That's a nice low table. That's it. Just a nice low table. A nice low table. And Cora started petting the table after a few more moments of contemplation. Do I get Easter egg if I keep clicking it? Who's a nice little table? Oh, you are, that's you. What the fuck are you doing? Clicking the table? And Cora decided to put the table up for adoption later. Her neighbors didn't like how loud it was being, and she can't sustain the cost of such an ornate table. That's a nice low table, which is put up for adoption. Which is put up for adoption. Is there more? Give me more table story. Which is put up for adoption. Come on. No, there's no more to it. That's alright. Anything more in here? No sign of any water? If only we had the tall American blonde fireman who would get here too late. And painting is nothing, right? Don't paint me like a French girl. Paintings are blank. Anything else in the lock? I don't think this contains anything or does anything anymore. Then we put it up for adoption? No. And lamp's still broken? Well, all that's left then is the door, isn't it? Because there's no place else to go, I don't think. I don't see a move option. Talk to people? Get some clues from Ira and Averidia. About the personality. Me spoke about a personality. What do you think she means? She also mentioned something about finding a thing that will help us determine that. Honestly, I'm not sure what she's referring to, but I can take a guess. Early on, when I studied psychology, we had this thing called the Enneagram of personality, which said people can be categorized into 9 main types of personalities. That's utter bullshit, by the way. High five, Averidia. That's because we're more complex than just one personality trait. It's believed we have a main type and 2 related types, when you're feeling fulfilled and when you're feeling stressed. You tend to switch to another personality to try and make it back to your comfort zone, or something like that. That course wasn't too important, so I forget the gist of it. So, do you remember the anagram? Enneagram. And no, I don't. I only remember that in the list there's something called the Observer personality, which is also Investigator, and it is represented by the number 5. That, I feel, is worth noting. Observer Investigator is 5. This might not relate to the puzzle, but I'm still gonna jot it down. Observer, who is also Investigator, is 5. Maybe she remembers this one. It is relevant. We do have a 2 and a 3. Either way, I'm jotting it down. But I'm thinking perhaps the reason she remembers that Observer Investigator is 5 is because that's hers. Part of which is because she does tend to sit back and watch. But also, when you're taking those online quizzes, you don't memorize the whole thing, do you? You pay attention to your own, and your own outcome. She took a small pause, thinking over what she was saying, and Cora was about to call for her again when she resumed her speech. I only remember because I think I might fit that one. Do you think we all fit into those personalities? We were supposed to be 9. No, I don't think so. I mean, probably. There's an intent behind showing this to us. But while we're meant to be classified, like I said, we're more complex than that. Not even as a template? And Cora insisted. She was fairly pumped about the subject, not willing to let go of a lead that they happened to have. Being interested is a good way to catch someone's attention. And she is a teacher. Teachers love it when you show attention. It's all about leading them into the right path. Maybe as a template. But I forget what the personalities were anyway, so we'd better get going in order to finish that in here, if it's in this room. We should probably keep searching. Any ideas though, because all that's left is this door with a keyhole in it. So what do you think we have to do in here? Avaridia was thinking about it. Judging by the current environment, it was warranted. One wouldn't expect to find a room like this one in the school. To be honest, I'm not exactly sure. One thing is absolutely certain. It has to do with that Enneagram. It's the only thing I can think of that relates to the personality. Or maybe it's the only thing I could think of since I keep thinking back on our situation. What kind of personality me would mean? And also, the fact that we're supposed to be 9. Not that it really means anything. The Enneagram, that is. I see, but that's a little too categorical, I think. The teacher shrugged. So yes, we have to find the Enneagram to see what it looks like, and then we'll probably be able to shed some light onto what we have to find out. Once we have it, it's not going to be easy, I don't think. Might also be some kind of process of elimination as to which personality on it is the right one. And if they relate to us, do you think that personality really is the murderer? A short silence followed. At first, it was mostly about the reluctance to accept there really was a murder among the group. You know, it needn't have to be that the person with that personality really has that personality. If it's a puzzle, then it's all about putting pieces in place to reorganize to get to the right answer. The actual categories to person themselves could be arbitrary. Soon, it became more apparent both of them remained silent, to the thought that they might be talking to the murderer right now. Is that really so chilling? They all know they're in my emptiness. They all know they're criminals who have done despicable things. They know nobody here is innocent. That's pretty awkward. Should break that silence. Murderer or not, we have some stuff to do anyway. Yeah, you're right. No point delving on that just yet. And besides, the personality itself won't really tell us who exactly it is. We should probably keep searching. Let's go back to the search, and by search, I mean interrogate Ira. E-rate Ira. What's up about the personality? Do you know anything about that personality who might have done the murder? No, I don't think so. Sorry, I can't really help more than that. Strangely enough, his refusal didn't feel genuine to Ancora. Because what if Justitia was right this one time, and it was Superbia, and Ira knows, because you've been an accomplice this whole time? She crossed her arms, which put him off his guards. You asked me and I answered, so there's no problem, right? He punched his hands together, looking as threatening as he could. Unfortunately, that only made Ancora more interested in knowing why he denied it so vehemently. You definitely know something. You wouldn't hit a girl, would you? Would, sorry. Even if you're a girl, I don't really care. Equality for everyone. And it includes that part too. So you're saying I should drop it before I get hurt? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Again, I wish I could answer, but I'm not going to. You should just pretend I don't know anything. Well, at least it confirms he does know something about it. And if Ira does know, that means that does possibly implicate Superbia. Maybe he did it. Or maybe Justitia was wrong. Maybe he had all sorts of evidence to peg Superbia as a killer, but it was really Ira acting in her stead, the pawn that he is. He doesn't seem too estranged to violence of some kind or another. Either way, regardless if he did it or not, working with him is crucial, especially if he did it. Wouldn't want it to become an enemy. Well, anything else? Really, a Neogram would make it the cast of 999 and VLR. I hadn't realized that. I suppose it could make sense as templates for fictional characters, especially if you have the right number of characters to base their personalities and make motivations off of, and make them suitably unique. Like for real people, right? Real people are a lot more complex. Even if they perfectly fit or seem to perfectly fit a mold, they're going to act in ways that don't adhere to those roles because we have so many other pressors, stressors, and motivations and backgrounds. But it's pretty decent for making fictional characters that stand to be unique and act suitably differently from each other. Do you know what you were doing? Ira was pacing around the room. Oh, hold on. What is going on with the bitrate? Bitrate to 0, then 1,000, then 4,000, then 10,000? Is this going to be a bad internet day, or was that just a little hiccup? Because now it's back to 5,000 kilobytes per second, where I prefer it be. Small hiccup? Okay, it's been a while since Comcast acted up, so I see the bitrate drop to 0 for a second and get worried, but it seems to be stable. So probably should be fine. Nope, then 2,000, then 5,000. Still looks great on the dashboard, but the dashboard is slow to update. It'll probably show instability 15 minutes from now. Session is still 2 hours, 30 minutes, so it hasn't dropped yet. Ira's pacing around the room, touching the walls and other objects. I'm just seeing if they're heavy. Feels like this whole place is made out of cardboard. Are you sure it's not just because you're... you know? She pointed at his arms. The definition of his muscles was absurdly pronounced. I mean, I'm strong, yeah, but not to the point where I could topple a staircase or anything. Well, the bitrate seems stable now, so should be fine. There were a few moments where it appeared unstable during Yakuza, but I assume that was a stress of like pretty graphics plus streaming on the same computer. But if there's a slight drop here every so often, it might just be Comcast doing Comcast thing every so often, especially since it's been a while. So anyway, I was about to ask, but she interrupted herself again when he started grabbing anything that looked as though it had any value whatsoever. Gold objects, anything that shined. His hands were touching them all. If you leave your prints everywhere, and they investigate this place, they'll know you've been here. You are aware of that, right? My prints? Your paw prints? I haven't printed anything. Your fingerprints, I mean. You know what those are, right? Yeah, of course. It's okay though. I washed my hands in the bathroom. He doesn't know. Poor, sweet, simple himbo. I don't think he realizes how fingerprints really work. Okay, alright. You know what? Just keep doing what you're doing. Gotcha! Hey, this looks really valuable. But don't steal anything unless it's part of the puzzle. Remember, we can't take anything out or me is going to get mad. So no screwdrivers. At those words, Ira stiffened. He clearly remembered the episode he spoke of earlier, when he came moments away from getting his head blown off by the helmet. On second thought, Maybe I'm better off not touching any more of it. Well, anything else? So that's maybe a bit on Ira's background. Not that he's simple and lovable, but that maybe from his rough background formed a sort of kleptomaniac habit. So maybe... Oh, it's a separate room. I thought you were locked. Alright, more to explore then. What do we have? Boxes in the back. Columns. Okay, let me see if I remember my intro to art history. I'm not sure if those are acanthus leaves on the top, but there's certainly swirlies. They have swirlies. Swirlies and it spirals around. Is that Corinthian? Is it? I don't remember. It's a pillar, that's what's important. Multiple pillars, a door in the back, table, chair, boxes then. A bunch of boxes. It'll take a while to search them all. But there's something behind them. A flashlight. She reached down to take it, and showed it off to Avaridia, confident it could be used. But no batteries. Is it going to be without battery, or bulb even? It's a flashlight. Might be helpful if we somehow need something illuminated. She snagged it from Ancora, who held her hip in annoyance. I'll just put it with the rest of the stuff. You can take your time searching the crates if you want. You just want to get away, so you don't have to search with us. Just stick around a bit. It won't take too long if we're all three. Avaridia admitted defeat. The lazy teacher settled down with the two others, opening boxes and looking through the contents. There wasn't much. A lot of foam, mainly. Some of them had a few items, but nothing worthy of note. Here we go. Eventually, Ancora pulled out some kind of book. And I think I see the perfect triangle. There's a perfect triangle from 9, 6, and 3. And I don't think anybody else connects, no. There's no other connection to make a triangle. The book has the Enneagram onto it. But all these spots aren't named. There are numbers for each of the spots, though. I remember this. Observer is at the number 5 spot. I know that much. Okay, so she still confirms that, whether or not you talk about personalities with her. A satanic ritual circle. If you get 9 groups of friends, 9 friends in a group, with all the personalities, you could summon the uber personality. We can probably start things off with that. And the book itself, it doesn't open. It's a fake. Ha. We found something, but it's not real. Maybe it's not real, but there's a phrase at the back anyway. It says, "Find me, where the beginning of all 6 tell you." Find me where the beginning of all 6 tell you. The beginning of all 6. When there's 9, is there one that touches on 6 of them? If I start from 5, 5 to 7 to 1 to 4, 5 to 8 to 2 to 4, wait, 7 to 1 to 4, 8 to 2 to 4, so 5 and 4 both bounce about, but not 6-wise. 9 touches 1, touches 3, 6, 3 and 6, who appear to be separate from the rest. So 4 touches 2 and 1, 1 touches 7, and then 5. So 5, 7, 8, 2, 1, 4 connect. 6, 3, 9 connect. And that's 6. 5, 4, 7, 2, 8, 1. Very important stuff. She snagged it again from Ancora, who saw it coming this time. Instead, she pulled back to avoid the older woman's hand. Let's go put our stuff together instead. Anything else? Any jokes? Nothing else here seems useful. It's full of weird ceremony stuff. Black and red robes, mostly. I don't think this place is Christian. You never know. It could be liturgical robes and such, just from the different part of the calendar. Which part of the liturgical calendar is black and red? I can't remember. Lent's purple. And that's about as far as I remember. Black and red Christmas, maybe? The traditional Advent colors of black and red? Nothing else seems useful here. Weird ceremony stuff? Alright then. Column times. Nothing special about this pillar. This place is extremely rich. No locked coffin. This is the kind of thing you'd find in some fantasy holy place or something. I wonder what kind of person could afford this place. I mean, this isn't the real place it's referencing, of course. This is just a replica. A digital replica. I'm still firmly of the belief that all of this is virtual. Nothing special. Extremely rich. Nothing special. They all say the same thing then. Because they're separate. They're definitely separate pillars. This area looks really weird. Like, it's a very lustrate sort of place, white and gold and all. Look at this pillar. There's some stuff written onto the back. It says 4. Individualist is next to the achiever. Okay. It might not be in order, but I'll still write it as if it's such. 4. Individualist. Next to achiever. So if I take it as is, then it'd be 3 helper, 3 space, 2 peacemaker, achiever, loyalist, perfect triangle. So peacemaker would be 2, and then achiever and loyalist. Wait, hold on. No, that's not right. Because 3, 6, and 9 make the perfect triangle. So 2 wouldn't be peacemaker then if a perfect triangle is involved. What's this then? 4, individualist, next to achiever. Individualist, next to achiever. That sounds like a good finding. Let's remember that. Do you have a pen and paper? No, some teacher. I don't think there's any of that here. But okay. It's okay. I have a good memory, don't worry. Reassured. And Cora left the pillar alone. Nothing special about this pillar. Extremely rich. Altar. Don't desecrate the holy tomb. This isn't a holy tomb. And besides, this cloth is hiding something underneath it. She swiped it, looking upon the naked altar. Or at least that's what she expected. The piece of cloth hid another underneath it. There was a strange, retractable pole between the 2 layers though. That might come in handy to get a longer reach. It doesn't have a hand, but it might come in handy anyway. Extinguish a fire by poking at it to disrupt it. Is that another pun? The girl didn't reply. Instead, getting a hold of the pole to free up the altar. She was about to replace the cloth when she realized there was more to it. Some words are written across this thing. It tells us a number and some directives. 1. Up next to loyalist is enthusiast, related to reformer. Up next to loyalist. Up next to loyalist is enthusiast, related to reformer. Not that I could read my own handwriting. Normally I go for a 0.55 millimeter, but this is the closest I have. It's so thick and bulky, smears everything. What do you say? Sounds like one of those personality type things. Yeah, probably. We'll keep the cloth then. But the holy tomb! It's not a holy tomb. It's just white everywhere. And it has nothing to do with the tomb. Clearly, it's a ceremonial space like a throne or something. Maybe a very ornate coffee table for the king. I'm strong enough to push even this. He helped lift the large, imposing, and very heavy throne up, exposing the plates underneath it. See? A nice table with a tablecloth, plates under the throne. It's a snack room. It's a tea room. There's even other chairs along the perimeter for other people to join in for tea. At first, it had just been an exercise in showing off his strength, but a few words were written underneath it. And how on earth would Tristidia have moved this? Especially if it's Tristidia plus Bia in the room? Hey, you're a genius. 5. Reformer starts the ball. 5. Reformer starts the ball. Observer investigator is 5. And here we have 5. Reformer starts the ball. 5 is not reformer. Unless Avaridia did say that the personality is one thing, but it has 2 other things to it. So maybe it's observer, investigator, who is also the reformer? I don't know. I'm thinking so far that it's one thing that is also known as another thing, instead of one thing being 3 things. I suppose we'll see. I'm a genius? I mean, yeah, of course I am. I knew it all along. After Encore was done reading it, Ira let go of the throne, which slammed back onto the ground in its rightful place. And there's nothing else here? This isn't about that. Nothing to do with thrones. This is a game of homes. We have to figure out the murderer. Game of homes. Well, pretty sure that's everything clicked here. Well, there's a back door. No, that's not the back door. That's the door back too. But now we have a flashlight. Flashlight for you. Can finally use that flashlight. Use that light to see what's written here. She crouched again, illuminating the sounds of the couch. Sorry, the sounds of the couch, the underside of the couch. The words say 6. Enthusiast and challenger are related to the observer. Enthusiast and challenger. Enthusiast, challenger, related to observer. She gave a glance at Ira, who stood nearby. You're strong. You could have helped me move the couch up and over. I can move the couch away, but I can't lift it. Is it because Avaridia is on top of it? I don't know why. Maybe it's magnetized to the ground. And Cora shook her head, disappointed. There's nothing else around the low table or the lamp I checked. Okay, well that should be everything then. Where's my achievement for clicking everything in the room? Come on, order of operations. Pretty sure I have everything for the puzzle. No way to stop the fire. French girls or don't. Everything else appears the same as before. Business to step up to. Okay, that's a new pun. Would make jokes, but I'm out of ideas for once. More. Anything in you? Nothing else? Anything? Clicked you already? Just the fireman stuff? Nice low table up for adoption. No more secret stories for the table. No more secret stories for the table. Something else to light it. But nothing else is illuminating. Nothing special. Extremely rich place. Nothing special. Extremely rich place. Nothing special. Boxes. Not Christian. Game of homes. Nothing special. Just a replica. Nothing special. Just a replica. Nothing special. Okay, so you would think that that's it then. Worked on the book's riddle. Alright. So I gotta get you done then, before I leave. But it's been 2 hours and 50 minutes, and I'm kinda dancing here. So let me grab a quick bathroom break, and then we'll see about solving this puzzle. There we go. 9 puzzle ready. Riddle time then? How many items do I have? A row unfulfilled. Previous rooms so far have used up every single space. But since this is just a riddle, maybe it won't take the whole thing. Especially since that's both rooms. Remember that book? If you take all the first letters out of the hints and put them in order, you get up fire. Brilliant. Let me out. Up fire. I think I have to look up the chimney to find whatever that is. Wait, really? That's it? Is that the actual solution? We just find Santa Claus there. It's not Christmas yet. See? Advent colors, black and red, Santa Claus in black and red robes. And even if it was, Santa Claus doesn't go down chimneys where there's smoke. Speaking of which, where's that smoke going? Maybe it's just staying in this room and we're slowly dying. He knows how asphyxiation works, but not about fingerprints. But there's probably some kind of buffer room for where it gets filtered. It's called ventilation. Anyway, I think someone could extinguish his fire using a large piece of cloth. A large piece of cloth. Might go better than water, since, well, there's no water here. And we do have a piece of cloth. The cloth we found can be used to stop the fire. Wait, but didn't I click on the mantle though? So I really had to go back to the inventory and look over the riddle to get the idea to put the cloth over the fire. Just do it like this. She did a few motions with it, and after closing it onto the flames, they died out. Thankfully, it didn't damage the cloth at all, and the words on it were still legible. And now we could look inside. He arched his back and peeked up the dirty chimney. As he came back to them, the two girls could easily see, even without directly witnessing his face, that he was disappointed. There's something, but it's really high and I can't reach it. Well, Avaridia, you are the taller one. You need like a billiard pole or something. Oh. The handy stick we found. That's one difficult item to get to, huh? Too bad it's also practically necessary. Good thing we actually found that. Alright, I'll use a pole now. And Cora took out the retractable pole she had on her, and expanded it, while looking up the chimney. The girl coughed a little. Even the helmet didn't stop all the leftover dust, ash, and smoke there still was. Ira took that better earlier. Finally, the item dropped. She quickly pulled herself out of the chimney to dodge it. Ash and dust was kicked up from the object's landing, causing everyone to back away a little. Save the couch! Don't let it get tainted by the ashes! Thankfully, the ashes never got to it. The group grabbed the item. It was a small chest, which had been held in suspension. It didn't have a lock, so Ira opened it with glee, uncaring that his hands dirtied themselves with soot. There's a fucking gun. A gun that now Tristidia doesn't have. So we should be safe from him, from his bullets and his ideas. He immediately grabbed it. The girl stood back, watching him carefully, as he also pulled out a few bullets from the chest. Oh, that's cute. He's actually holding the gun on his model now. He put them into the open chamber of the gun, closing it, and aiming it at the painting in the back. Ira, why are you putting guns into the bullets into the guns? It's so cool. I never held a gun in my life. I mean, I don't actually like violence, but this is still cool. Guns are cool. Oh, poor simple Ira. Especially since this one fires real bullets, might want to be careful. Yes, that's fine, but do you mind not waving that thing around? It's okay, the safety's still on. Or however that works. Ira, you never assume the safety's going to work. Always assume it's going to fail, so don't point it at anyone you don't intend to shoot or anything you don't intend to shoot. Was there anything else in the box? Oh right, there's also a key. What is this, eye? Teeth in the shape of the letter I. Pretty sure I made a note of the I key from NVIDIA on Monday. We have G-I-A-N-L. G-I-A-N-L. Weren't those letters in use on the previous puzzle among the letters to ignore? I'm pretty sure they were. While stuffing the gun away for the time being. It goes right with the others he found like that, huh? He also pulled out one of those magnetic key cards. And then another one. He pocketed one of the knee cards while Ancora took the other. So nothing but keys for me. And Avaridia? No, Ancora took the other. We get a me card this time. We don't get stuck with the key this time, and Avaridia snagged the strange key. See? No danger. We're all splitting it equally. You didn't split the gun though. I'm just gonna keep that one. I hope you don't mind. You hope I don't mind that someone who is clearly enamored with another very hostile player takes the loaded firearm for himself? If you do, well, that's too bad. The two girls watched him for a moment, before they decided he wasn't really a threat. For now, at least. They still needed to leave the room, and that they included him too. There's also a piece of paper in there. I bet they're the instructions for the solution. It says, between the challenger and individualist. Between challenger and individualist. Okay, alright. Dualist. Another riddle, damn. I think we have all we need to escape though. So how about meeting back here at the fireplace when we're ready to go? Let's not take too long. The timer's going down. I agree. I agree too. Maybe it would be good to have just one more cursory look first, but not too much. Okay, cursory look to get the achievement. Ornate, stepping, nothing new on you. Nothing more, nothing new. Is it just this then? Are we all ready? Sure, but you know the answer? I think it was not that complicated. Using the 6 riddles together, you have to determine where each personality type is on the Enneagram I'm not ready. What will stop someone from guessing which one it is, and eventually getting it right? Because there's 3 of us, so at most we have 3 chances to guess. Well, first of all, we need to have up to 9 tries for that, and we're only 3. Not to mention, anyone who get it wrong would die. Oh, I see, that makes sense. Blindly guessing would just lead to our deaths, even if there's a small selection of what it could be. They better be thankful that I had the solution for them. Do I really? Interestingly enough, neither Avaridia nor Ira really cared about the weird episode from earlier. Or at least, they didn't bring it up. Maybe they have more trust now, do they? 0. They are among the ones who trust me the least. Them and the mystery player on the 9th slot. Whatever the case is, I see no reason to delay this. Ira was staying away from the door, not really knowing what the answer was. And Cora and Avaridia were basically carrying him to the room, though he was the only one who got the revolver. That fact did make Ancora a little upset. Anyway, are we all ready? No. You already asked this. If you're sure about what the answer is, then I won't stop you. No, alright. It's a good thing I wrote everything down, so we have. I didn't draw the circle though. Okay, let me see. So we have... I didn't draw the circle. I suppose what we could do, since I was clicking around in order to find more elements to click on, we could see what a failed solution looks like. And then go through again, breeze through, because you know where everything is. And then do it the right way. Up next to Loyal? Is that Loyal? You know, hold on. This thick pencil is really too much. Squeaks incoming. There we go. A proper 0.5 millimeter. Answer is... Maybe I could suss this out logically. Because... Tristidia suspected... not Avaridia. Suspected Superbia. And we have Peacemaker, Achiever, Loyalist, Observer Investigator, which is 5 Avaridia, Individualist maybe. She is very individual. Helper. Reformer definitely isn't her. What is this? Enthusiast? Enthusiast? Challenger? Challenger or individualist, I think. Oh, you're right, I do have access to the item screen. Oh. Here, I thought I was gonna get a bad solution. Okay, so... Circle. You see, I'm not sure if you can see from there, but just that circle versus all the other big smudgy things. A good thin lead is imperative. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, clockwise. Want to make sure these are just about in the same relative position. 9 on top, 9, 6, 3 connect. Forming my perfect triangle. 5 to 7, 7 to 1. And then 1 to 4, right? Because everything goes 5 to 4 otherwise. And then 5 to 8. 8 to 2. And then 2 to 4. Still not seeing any other perfect triangle, so the only perfect triangle is 6, 3, 9. Stream lagging, huh? Oh no, there it goes. I was going to say that the bitrate is fine here, but then it took a dive for a bit. 3,700 frames dropped, 0.6% of the total frames of stream. But it looks to be slightly more stable now. Oh no, then it drops. I'm hoping all it's doing is just momentary hiccups, you know? Like just dropping down a little bit. It's kind of fluctuating, but not too badly. So probably just having a moment. It could be the chair. It could be that the chair is causing electromagnetic interference. That's an actual thing that happens with chairs with like metal parts on them. These uppy downy chairs. So maybe the act of standing up and having the chair rise up again and then coming back down onto it gave just enough electromagnetic interference. It's kind of settling. Well, it was settling at 5,000, then 500, 1,000 kilobytes per second, which is fine. That is time it takes for the stream to stabilize while I rewrite some of these notes in a much more clearer fashion. One. Next to loyalist. Up next to loyalist. Oh, CSI night and day, man. With a 0.5 millimeter, it's so much clearer even at my tiny small handwriting. Loyalist is enthusiast. Related to reformer. Related to is kind of a scary term to put it as, because I'm not exactly sure what it means by it. Erase everything else, so I can make much clearer notes. And the big clue we have from Aviridia is that 5 is the observer or the investigator. I'm not sure if that means put them on number 5 on the circle though. It's in order. It's in numerical order. 2. Peacemaker. Allegedly, Tristidia. According to Tristidia. Peacemaker. Achiever and loyalist form a perfect triangle. I think what this is doing is giving instructions. Step 2. The peacemaker, achiever, and loyalist form a perfect triangle. Which means peacemaker, achiever, and loyalist take up 6, 3, and or 9 among themselves. Because nothing with 2 forms a perfect triangle, no matter how I look at it. Peacemaker, achiever, loyalist. Form perfect triangle. 3. For helper, it goes where there is a free space. Whatever number, whatever isn't being called out, is where helper goes. Helper goes in the free space. Pillar 4. Individualist next to the achiever. And the achiever is either going to be 6, 3, or 9. Individualist next to achiever. Reformer starts the ball. Starts the ball is weird because, as you can see, the ball is... it's a circle. So start is a weird way to put it. Maybe I'm taking this all wrong in thinking that 5 and 4 are where those rays branch out from, because how I'm seeing this is 5 touches 7, 1, 4, 5 touches 8, 2, 4, and in reverse, because they're on the bottom, and the bottom's spreading upwards. But what if instead it's 1 that touches 7, 5, 8, and the rest? What if 1 starts the ball? Because 1 is literally 1. Where was I? The throne? Reformer starts the ball. And there goes a bit rate to 900, 4,000, 7,000. Reformer starts the ball. Enthusiast and Challenger are related to. That's the second time they use that term related. Up next to Loyalist is Enthusiast related to the Reformer. That could mean they're close by, like numerically. Enthusiast, Challenger, and Observer. Related to, so maybe Observer in the middle, and then Enthusiast and Challenger on the other end. Or it could be that Observer is on one point, and then it rays out to touch either Enthusiast and Challenger. Enthusiast and Challenger related to the Observer. And what we want is between the Challenger and the Individualist. So it, wait, hold on. Between Challenger and Individualist. So if I had to simply guess as to what Superbia's personality is, I was ready to guess Challenger or Individualist, but those right away are not the answer. Cool. 6 bullets. So that confirms there are 6 bullets. Okay, so for number 5, we can put the Observer/Investigator. The directional numbers, I'm pretty sure, were just that, just directions. Step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, step 5, step 6. Because syntactically, they don't really relate. So if Avaridia says 5 is Observer Investigator, then I'm going to put down for Observer Investigator on number 5. What do we have for Observer and Investigator? Helper in the free space, Individual next to Achiever, Reformer starts the ball, Enthusiast and Challenger related to the Observer. Okay, so from 5, Enthusiast and Challenger are 7 and 8. I just don't know which order. Which means the one I want is 6. Observer and Investigator. Wait, hold on. Not 6, because Observer. investigator, enthusiast and challenger, so in that case, between the challenger and the individualist, so the challenger cannot be 7 then. 45 kilobytes per second, 0. I don't know, the bitrate is staying low and getting low. $1,000, $2,000, it hasn't dropped yet. It's kind of rubber banding. You good, internet? Stabilizing on 5,000 kilobytes per second. What time is it now? 1:23. It could be a time of day thing. Maybe Twitch is, maybe not Twitch. Maybe Comcast is throttling me again. But it's stable now, huh? Back into the 5,000 kilobytes per second and doesn't seem to be moving. 4,000, 5,000. 4,000 is okay. 4,000 is acceptable. And then 1,000. 2,000. 4 again. 3. Then 1. It's not too much warmer out today. Comcast tends to struggle if there's any kind of weather. If it's hot, if it's cold, if it's windy, if it's not, if it's dry, if it's wet, then the net gets messed up. But it's also the end of the month. It could be end of month wonkiness. Alright. Seems to be stable again, so where was I? Observer on number 5. Enthusiast and challenger related to observer, which makes them 7 and 8. But challenger cannot be 7 because that would mean that the answer is 6, but it can't be that. So it has to be 8. Has to be 8. Which would put challenger as number 1 to make number 9 the alternative. But it says reformer starts the ball. Peacemaker, achiever, and loyalist form the perfect triangle. So the answer is going to be between peacemaker, achiever, and loyalist. Actually, you know what? We could figure this out based on only a couple of clues then. So peacemaker, achiever, and loyalist are part of the triangle. And if challenger is 8, actually no, yeah. Because challenger is how we know that it could possibly be 9. And if it's 9, it's either peacemaker, achiever, or loyalist. And we know it's not peacemaker because peacemaker is what Tristidia took for himself. And if Tristidia was in this room and he solved the answer correctly and called Superbia the killer, then it can't be himself. He's not the killer in his worldview before killing everybody, which makes it either the achiever or the loyalist, both of which describe Superbia. Loyalist in regards to era, and achiever in her bitchiness. So that narrows it down. I just have to figure out whether it's achiever or loyalist that sits on 9. Watch me be completely wrong. Okay, alright, so pretty confident in challenger being 8. Because it can't be 6. Challenger for 8. I'll put a box around observer because I know for a fact observer is 5. Challenger is 8. And because 5 touches challenger and enthusiast, that means the enthusiast is on 7. Okay. Reformer starts the ball, I'm going to interpret as a reformer takes number 1. And if that is true, then because the answer is between challenger and individualist, then maybe the reformer is also the individualist. And since this is being based on actual personality type categorizations, it shouldn't be cheating to look them up. Personality types. 16 personalities. 9 personality types. Type descriptions. Reformer, helper, achiever, individualist. None of them have multiple names in game. If none of them have multiple names in game, then maybe I am wrong. Although Chishidia does mention corruptions of the personalities. What if I list these up? See who I have here. We have... Because if I have 9 names here, then my premise is completely wrong. We have loyalist, enthusiast, to the reformer, then the peacemaker, achiever, loyalist already mentioned, helper, goes in the free space, individualist, reformer starts the ball, reformer already mentioned, enthusiast, challenger, related to observer. That gives me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, alright. Alright, so I'm wrong on that. Seem to be on the right track so far. But if it's between challenger and individualist, and I have challenger on 8 and reformer on 1, because reformer starts the ball, and I'm assuming 1 is reformer, then reformer can't be individualist then, because we have 9 discrete names. I want to believe though that individualist is 1. Individual 1. It would fit thematically, but not by the clues given. What could I do for the rest? The individualist is next to the achiever. If I have individualist at 1, that would put space for the achiever to be 9, which would make it the right answer. If we have challenger on 8, achiever on 9, individualist on 1, it fits. But if reformer starts the ball as 1, then that can't be right then. It says between challenger and individualist, but doesn't say how many between them. There could be two things between challenger and the individualist, but that'd just be messed up. Between challenger and individualist. Peacemaker, achiever, or loyalist. Since I am pretty confident it is down to peacemaker, achiever, loyalist, but it can't be peacemaker because that's Justitia, then technically I've got two tries at this. I could just try loyalist or achiever, and if one's wrong, rush through on a new file to get to this point again and then put in the other. Up next to loyalist is enthusiast. Related to reform. Actually, wait. If enthusiast is related to reformer, then it has to be talking about number 1 then. Because 7 touches 5 and 1, and 5 is observer investigator, which means if enthusiast is related to reformer, then reformer is 1. Which starts the ball. If enthusiast is 7. Which would make those two rules true. Up next to loyalist is enthusiast, which means loyalist would go into 6 then, because enthusiast is up and next to loyalist and touches reformist, so loyalist would be on 6. So far I'm looking at reformer on 1, observer on 5, loyalist 6, enthusiast 7, challenger 8. And if loyalist is on 6, who's on 2? Peacemaker and achiever are still up in the air for 3 and 9. Helper to free, but I have to know who's free first. Individualist next to achiever. That is why I really wanted individualist to be number 1, because if the way I'm graphing this out right now is correct, then that would put challenger on 8, answer on blank on 9. I really wanted challenger on 8 and individualist on 1, so 9 could easily be the answer, but 1's reformer. Individualist next to achiever. 9, 3, and 4 remain unfilled. Maybe helper's on 4, because 4 doesn't really seem to be related to the puzzle at all. It's just kind of out there, the Hufflepuff. Yeah, individualer next to achiever. Well, I suppose that if individualist has to be next to achiever, and the achiever is either 6, 3, or 9, and 6 is taken, and 9 is betwixt the bosoms of challenger and reformer, then the only thing it could be is 3, because 3 is next to 2 or 4. If individualist has to be next to it. So achiever, I'll drop onto 3. Which puts loyalist on 9. by process of elimination. Which means that if achiever is next to the individualist, individualist would either be 2 or 4. But here's a problem. The solution is between challenger and individualist. Which means it'll either be 2 or 4 and 8 on the opposite end. If challenger is 8 and individualist is 2, that'll mean we have loyalist and reformer between them. Because so far I've got loyalist on 9, challenger on 8, enthusiast 7, loyalist 6, observer 5, 4 either helper or individualist, 3 is achiever, 2 either helper or individualist, and 1 4 reformer. I'm feeling individualist for 2, but then that leaves reformer and loyalist in between you fellows. It's certainly ambiguous because that's 2 options. If I have it correct so far, then that gives 2 options, 1 and 9. Between challenger and individualist. Someone very close to the answer is saying directly between. But what if it's being extra cute and it's literally saying the answer is between challenger and individualist? These are your 2 options. Pick one. Directly between. Directly between is even more worrisome. Because what is in the perfect middle of you? Nothing but a small triangle. A Enneagram of personalities 1 to 9 clockwise. 2 possibilities. Oh no. Well, between challenger and individualist, let me fill this out anyway. Let me assume that the individualist is number 2. Which would put helper at number 4. And you know what? If this is the Enneagram of personality types, the one could just Google it, can't they? 1 the reformer, 2 the helper, 3 the achiever, so 3 is right, 4 is the individualist. Okay, so I got individualist and helper on the wrong ends. Helper, individualist. C, the most dangerous classified material is unclassified. 4 the individualist, 5 the investigator, 6 loyalist, enthusiast, challenger, peacemaker. Hold on, I was wrong. 8 challenger, yes. 7 the enthusiast, yes. 6 the loyalist, yes. I have loyalist twice. Hold on, why do I have loyalist twice? I have loyalist twice when 9 is peacemaker. That's just my doing like an input error then. Process of elimination. If loyalist is 6, achiever is 3, the 9 has to be loyalist. RIP. Peacemaker on 9. Okay. Thank you very much, unclassified information. Okay, so that's probably not the puzzle then, since that's just in order. and gets you which one's what numerically. And the final solution is between challenger and individualist. Challenger is 8, individualist is 4. So if we were to go literally between them, that would leave either the sum total of peacemaker, reformer, helper, and achiever, or enthusiast, loyalist, observer, between 4 and 8. 4 and 8, 5 and 7, 6, 6 in the middle. I was thinking that she might be loyalist because of era, for all the wrong reasons, because I had loyalist up at 9 by mistake. And between those two, if we go numerically, individualist, observer, loyalist, enthusiast, chal, blank blank, that does leave loyalist right in the middle. I'm assuming it's not choose between challenger and individualist, because that is just a 50-50 choice. But if I assume this numerically was between 4 and 8, then that's 6, and that is loyalist. Loyalist it is then. Levels of health aspect of the system. See, Tristidia does mention that when he talks about corrupted versions of them. And considering that Superbia does seem to be truly loyal to Era as more than just using him as a pawn, for curiosity's sake, let me see. Wikipedia might have more of a complete answer that's not trying to sell me some new age stuff. History, figure, Enneagram figure. It's the exact same circle here, cool. The reformer is a perfectionist. The helper is also a giver. Ego fixation, resentment, flattery, holy ideas, basic fears, basic desires, temptations, vices and passions. Oh, hold on, we got vices and passions. Anger, pride, avarice, envy. Aren't those represented by the names? Am I accidentally dropping onto the cheat sheet here? Luxuria, lust, or forcefulness is a challenger or protector, with the holy idea of truth, the fear of being controlled, harmed, or violated. What is Superbia's pride, right? What was Superbia? Superbia is Wikipedia, Superbia, Latin for pride. So if it is Superbia, then she would be pride, which would be helper or giver then. Maybe Tristidia got it wrong. Because loyalist would be 6. With a vice of fear. Era's not fear though. Well, vice and passions aren't exactly 7 deadly sins, so maybe this isn't a 1-1. No cheating for the plot by looking at Wikipedia then? Because era in Latin is wrath. And wrath would be anger, which goes to reformer perfectionist. Type descriptions. Alright. Enough toying around for me. The solution I came up with is to figure out what is numerically between individualist and challenger, 4 and 8. Between that is 6, and 6 is loyalist. Answer I'm going to put down is loyalist. Loyalist. And get it wrong. Stop guessing and solve a But I did. What you doing? That is me. It's solved, isn't it? We get which numbers go around. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Is that telling me that that answer was wrong? Wait, hold on, now I'm confused. We got the Enneagram down, don't we? What connects us? Now hold on here, hold on here. Oh, that could work too. Between the individualist and the challenger. They are touched by the helper. Stop guessing, oh my goodness. Now look, game. That wasn't a guess. That was a logical solution, just not the right process. It was a different methodology that got to the wrong answer. So in that case, between individualist and challenger, they are connected by 2 on the helper. Helper, huh? That is weird. Because... Pride, right? Hers is pride? That would fit. Pride does get the characteristic role of helper and giver. Ego, fixation of flattery. Yep, cheat sheet attained. I never would have guessed that Superbia was a helper or the giver. I don't know how Tristidia came to that solution. At all. Except by knowing, I guess unless he's really more into the Enneagram and knows that pride is a vice or passion associated with the characteristic role of helper or giver, yeah. And that Superbia is literally pride. Maybe he's just really, really into online tests and has this all written down in heart. I was just gonna say, I think he mentioned early on that he worked on the website or something, so maybe he does spend a lot of time on personality tests. The Enneagram, of course. And if I know everybody's vices, then I know who everybody is. And there are 9 vices to go with everything. And they're not all deadly sins. Sloth, lust, gluttony, avarice, envy, pride, anger. I don't recall deceit being one. And fear certainly isn't one. So maybe, of the 2, Ancora and the mystery girl, they could have been fear and deceit? Maybe. Anyway. In that case, it's gotta be helper. The 2 do touch helper. Though I gotta wonder, I put in the wrong answer, and the game chewed me out, saying stop guessing and figure out the puzzle. So maybe there are no wrong answers here. Maybe you always get a clue like that, instead of getting your head blown off and getting a game over. Because we haven't had a game over from the deduction rooms yet. Helper. With a sound click, the door unlocked. Alright, good. Incomplete or not worth the best? Well, that's the risk of puzzles, huh? I like how in Phoenix Wright versus Professor Layton, it does mention offhandedly that if you look at the puzzle a different way, you might get to a different solution, which is good, but it's still wrong. With the breadsticks, I think, getting the bread to form the right number. And if the Phoenix or Maya puts a solution, which would be a solution, but not what Mr. Layton wants. Sometimes it can't be helped. Like with the meta thing, you tell me to look meta, and I'll look meta in the wrong direction. After you? No, I insist. I don't want anybody in my back. No one's taking the gun from me, or stabbing me in the back. Seeing that he took the gun out, and Cora and Averidia begrudgingly obeyed, walking out of the door first. They didn't really have a choice anyway. Even without the gun, Ira would still be stronger than both of them combined. And now, we're back out. Melee. Oh, Melee is a wonderful title for Ira having a gun to our backs. Without masking her uneasiness as to what Ira demanded of her, just because he was the one to grab the revolver. And Cora left the room first, immediately noting that the door next to theirs was still closed. With the window obstructed by the metal plate, she couldn't see inside to make sure everyone made it out. Right, that's 3 guns. 3 guns is completely cheating. Who does he think he is, Sejima? As the hallways were completely silent, other than her and Averidia, following her, she made sure, she figured, no one else had solved their rooms yet. Look, I'm not going to do anything bad, okay? It's just like I said. I don't want any of you to fucking kill me like that. There was some truth to his words. The more Ancora watched him carrying the gun, the more she realized he didn't really know how to use it, which would only be helpful to her. Dang. He doesn't know fingerprints. He doesn't know how to pull the trigger. I'm pretty sure I heard a cocking noise, so he probably did pull the hammer back. It wouldn't be too hard to try and get it from him. But let's not forget, he is also pretty built. He could defend himself, even without the gun. For now, Ancora decided not to think about a violent outcome, and instead focused her thoughts on what they had learned in the room. Someone in the group was a real threat, and it wasn't Ira. Is it a threat, though? They seem to be under the assumption that if someone's a murderer, then they're the biggest threat to us. But considering that they're all parts of my emptiness, they've all done stuff. It could be that they've done murder for whatever reason as part of my emptiness, but that wouldn't immediately imply that they're going to murder again. Like Justitia, who's like, oh no, one person's a murderer, therefore to be safe, I'll kill everyone. Nah. Oh, speaking of which, he said which is the most dangerous personality type. What would that be for? Is it because of temptation? Manipulation? Pushing self to always be the best for the achiever? Overuse imagination, replacing direct experience with concepts? Indecision, doubt, reassurance? Think fulfillment is somewhere else? Completely self-sufficient, avoiding conflict? Hypocrisy, hypercriticism? So manipulation sounds pretty dangerous among this. Would that be pride, superbia? So, apart from the murderer, what else would he say is the most dangerous here? Ego fixation, maybe? Vengeance? Vengeance for lust? Indolence, planning, cowardice, stinginess, melancholy, vanity, flattery, resentment? I don't know. Going through the spreadsheet, I don't really see what he meant by using the personalities to see what's the most dangerous. Desire, maybe? Basic desire, goodness, to feel loved, to feel valuable. Uniquely themselves, mastery, support and guidance, satisfied and content, self-protection, wholeness, peace of mind. Self-protection might be dangerous. But that's Luxuria. I'm pretty sure that he shot her before going on that spiel. Either way, I don't think I could use the Enneagram alone to suss out Tristidia's motivation on that scene. Where's the Peacemaker? Because he called himself the Peacemaker. Peacemaker or mediator is indolent. Holy idea of love, fear of loss, fragmentation, separation, basic desire for wholeness, peace of mind, temptation to avoid conflicts, avoiding self-assertion, passion of sloth, virtue of action, I don't know. He tends to be, as a character, kind of assertive in saying his thoughts. What if he's a traitor then, and he's not really slothful? Because he also doesn't seem to avoid conflict. But that's a temptation too. Oh well. We'll figure it out as we go along. It would be best to get others to follow the same train of thought, but how do we guide them there? So helper was the answer, huh? Do either of you know who that refers to? Avaridia calmly shrugged, not even deigning to open her mouth to say a single word. However, Ira had a much more irate reaction. Just don't question it, okay? He knows. It's not me, but whoever it is. If they learn we know, you can bet we're going to be meeting the bearded guy in the sky soon after. He pointed upwards as he spoke. There isn't any way they'll let us go after that. Good use of the gender-neutral they era to not even suggest what gender they might be. No major changes to the trust. I'm not really smart, but even I can understand it's dangerous. So keep shut if you know it's good for you. Which means, it's best to bring up during the next vote. That will help solve this issue. However, maybe I should make sure I'm right on who it is first, with another session of hacking. I think I see what I'm supposed to do now, and I'm already doomed then. I'm not completely doomed, no, because there's 3 outcomes there to the vote. There's good and okay solution, and dead end if I can't do it. So what I think I want to do is start with Superbia actually. Start with Superbia, build up some trust with Luxuria to get through her window. And then there's also the chance to wave good luck at Superbia, which would be another 33% to get her up to 66, and then I hack her on the split for 99 Superbia, and make her the next victim. And instead, I've gone for Gullah, who's got no follow-up here. And because nobody's at 99% except for Luxuria, who's dead, I'm probably gonna go for the nope, you die ending. Figuring you out game, at least mechanically. Bring it up during the next vote. That will help solve this issue. However, maybe I should make sure I'm right on who's first within the session of hacking. Right. Maybe now's not the best time, but soon enough. All of those thoughts were interrupted when the door next to them unlocked. NVIDIA emerged on the scene of Ira. NVIDIA emerged on the scene of Ira brandishing a revolver and looking threatening, which gave him pause. This had for effect stopped Gullah dead in her tracks, but not before she bumped into NVIDIA, causing him to fall forward to the ground. Ouch. Hey, please watch it next time. Oh, my apologies. It was not under my assumption you'd be ceasing all movements this readily. Now that she was out, and she could see it, Gullah cautiously watched the gun hanging from the lion's hand. I'm not gonna shoot anybody, stop making a fuss over it. Ugh. Nvidia was still in the process of standing up. No one gave him a hand, so when Cora stepped forward to help him, he shook his head in protest. I'll be fine, it's okay. I was just bumped by not seeing a single body, but the entire gravitational force of 2 celestial bodies, Nvidia, please. Hey, that is completely uncalled for. Gullah, your syntax is slipping. Avert your gaze, and your uncouth thoughts from my chest this instant. It is hard not to notice them, honestly. Wherever I look, there they are. Or at least a bit of them are. And this, even if I turned all the way around. Gullah clenched her hands into fists, looking downright aggravated by his jokes. Thankfully, for her, the party got in full swing when the third door unlocked, in the distance, and Tristidia's helmet popped in from around the corner. Oh, you're all... He paused then, noticing the gun. Ira roared an annoyed growl at that reaction, which is quickly becoming the norm as each of them joined the gathering. Will you guys stop? It's just a gun. I'm not going to shoot anyone. Nobody's got to be scared of this, okay? If that's true, Ira, then if you could please take the bullets out. You didn't have to put them in the first place. What do you mean, just a gun? That kind of thing is highly dangerous. Ugh, what's the matter now? Someone's got a gun? The rabbit girl came in after the horse. She evaluated the situation from Nvidia dusting off his hands, now that he was back on his feet, to the group somewhat awkwardly waiting to see how things would go, and finally, to Ira, who still had the gun in his hand. Simple then. You just take it apart. Without any trace of fear, she walked towards him. He made a movement to aim with the revolver, but she effortlessly pushed his arm away with her own. So plenty of clues for everyone else to pick up on. Ira, a big, muscular, and armed threat against them all. Casually brushed away by Superbia. Superbia, who knows how to dismantle guns, or at least unload them. Look, do you want everyone to stop getting scared over it or not? I thought I heard something about that just now. Just open the gun. I don't know how to do that, okay? Then let me do it. And Cora could tell that Ira really didn't want to let go of the gun. But after a moment, he absconded from that position and let the rabbit have it. It's really easy. To empty the gun, there are 2 ways. One is to open it like this. She did exactly what she said she would, taking out the 6 bullets and closing the gun again. Then, she slid the bullets one by one into her shoes. Now nobody will be able to shoot with it. The revolver without bullets is useless, unless you want to clock someone with it. Got it? Simple enough, like I said. She handed the now empty revolver over to Ira, who took it back. He put it in his pocket, now that the danger of holding it was past. It was like a weight had been lifted off the group. At least until Tristidia panicked. Tristidia? What are you panicking over? Oh no, we're running late. All right, the time. The hour's coming to a close soon. We've got 10 minutes before the time for the vote is over. Let's just vote then. We've got all this time to do it, and on top of that, we already found 2 me cards in our room. We found 2 me cards too? I guess we all found 2. So hold on, we only have 10 minutes. We only have 10 minutes though. 10 minutes, but we do get to hack somebody. We don't have all the me cards. We don't have all the me cards, so someone is going to have to go out and find one. And in those 10 minutes is when we'll hack, then reconvene, and I don't have enough trust on anybody. And so we die. So that's 6. I don't have a me card. So that means... Ah, damn it. It could have gone smoothly, but we have to search for more again? We already searched this whole place and didn't find any earlier. Led us away towards a second thorough search. Perhaps we not give it a due concern prior. Perhaps we not give it a due concern prior? Bitch, please, talk normal. I swear, you gotta drop the thesaurus. Apologies once more, but I have no thought to expend towards little salacious Jezebels. You're saying I'm a slut, bitch? Look at you again and say it once more. That is what you precisely are. A highly uncouth one, completely undeserving of my attention, mind you. With your looks, it's no wonder your mind jumps to that. Just by looking at you, I can tell you've had more dongs with the velvet old church. Dang! Girls, can we? The clock is ticking already here. What a laugh. Have we witnessed a singular moment in which your only duet of cephalic cells has formulated a sentence composed of more than the word bitch? I don't give a fuck about what you think my head composes. But if you don't stop bitching at me, your head is gonna start decomposing instead. Girls, stop fighting, we've got to... And furthermore, you've been a pain ever since you first arrived with the little friend who was voted out. Of your starting group, you're the last one. I wouldn't tempt fate if I was you, because your group's dropping like flies now. The timer is running out soon. Earth calling to bitch face number 1 and bitch face number 2. But they didn't listen. Even through the boys' attempts at bringing the two of them back to their bickering, they simply continued. Pray tell them, incapable rabbit, what do you propose to solve our timely dilemma? Should you continue this line, we'll all duly surrender our right to live. Surrender our right to live, Gala. I get you're trying to sound verbose, but taking me's specific language probably meant more to remind them of that somber fact. I don't know if she's a traitor. This is going to degenerate. Something has to be done and fast or else. Before anyone could do anything, least of all Ancora, Superbia grabbed the revolver from Ira's pants. Whether or not he'd wanted to stop her, he was too surprised to move. With a kick of her shoe, she grabbed a bullet and slammed it into the chamber lightning fast. Oh yeah, definitely showing off her assassin skills now. Everyone's going to know she's a murderer after this. That's how I'll solve the problem. Say hello to your little bitch in hell for me. Well... Is she dead then? Because if so, that gives us an extra hour. That solves a time issue. And I guess Trishidi is right then, if he's assuming that the murderer who murdered before is going to murder again. If she's had no qualms here. Good news, gang. We know who the murderer is. The bang echoed. The bang that echoed was telltale of what just transpired. A bullet hole had gone right through Gulla's chest, who promptly fell down, hitting her head hard on the wall, which means that tiny trust I got in Gulla is wasted. It's not Shriner is dead yet. It's through her chest. Maybe it's merely given her a sucking chest wound, and if we staunch the bleeding with some pressure dressing or something, pressure dressing, a plastic slap, corner lifted up to breathe, and then find a 14 gauge needle to puncture through the other lung to address a tension in the thorax, she might survive the rest of the 6 hours. You're murderer. You're the one going to hell. The helmet she wore activated, and the resulting explosion kicked up tons of dust and smoke. So even if they do staunch the bleeding, open the airflow, treat tension in the thorax, I think it might be a bit more difficult to survive without a head. They might put a tourniquet on the neck to stop bleeding out from the neck. But I think she's gone. By the time it dissipated, the body was headless. Yet the wall behind her barely suffered any damage, because it's fake. It's a program. And this is just a second way to empty the gun. You can thank me later for saving your lives, since we won't need to vote for this hour slice. Okay, so Gulla's dead. So we get Luxury to die first. Ignore Gulla completely because on this route she's dying. And then put all my votes into Superbia, who, now that she's both exposed as a murderer and a further murderer, should absorb all the points to become victim number 3. Threw the now empty gun away and walked off before anyone says anything. Everyone was too surprised and frozen in shock to do anything with the sword anyway. And Cora grabbed the gun while no one else moved. While she was doing it, she had a thought for Gulla, and her head turned to look at the body, which is now a mess on the floor. A mess that was getting redder by the moment. What just happened? Ugh, sick. I'm going to be sick. He walked away from the others, not content remaining near the dead body. I should have stepped in. Maybe I could have prevented it. Maybe I could have prevented it. Does this match with the chart? She is... what is Avaridia again? I don't speak Latin. Avaridia, disambiguation, greed. Greed, greed, greed. Direct and expressive concepts, understanding, helplessness. Is this her helplessness? Manifesting. Could have stepped in, could have prevented it. Don't blame yourself over it. I guess something like that was inevitable. Now what? What about the vote? Now you get an hour. We've got another hour to think about it. But maybe there's another way. It's like me said. The votes aren't necessary. They are if we want to make it further in. We need a vote. We can't just kill everyone one by one until we hit 3 left. Unless you want to be unable to disarm the bomb. As much as everyone hated to admit it, all the survivors felt similarly. Gulla dying was an unwanted outcome, but it meant they wouldn't die for the next hour. And yet, they were still trapped in this section until they voted again. You know, I don't know what the mechanism is for what happens if we kill the traitor first. But it is worth noting that Tristidia is alive right now, and he is alive at the end of the 2 routes where he kills everyone. Maybe it is him, by virtue of simply still being alive. And he seems to know a lot about the Enneagram. Perhaps he knows the logic behind the namings and everything else. And how it's supposed to all relate to all this. Because he's actively looking for that mastermind? Well, no, hold on. What are the rules again? The traitor isn't just looking out for me. They know who Pandora is, right? I forget. Either way. And either way, he knows a lot. For some of them. It also gave them a clear target to eliminate next. Not that any of them really were as close to Gulla as to wish for revenge, but Superbia's threat was made manifest. Assuming all this is a program... Oh no, the bitrate is dying to silence me. They don't want me to get too close to the truth of Tristidia. But Ancora did mention having a friend who programmed things, the helmets at least. So maybe this isn't just some sort of digital world that Pandora knows about. But maybe he's a traitor because he knows Pandora, because he programmed all this. Maybe that is how deep Tristidia's involvement goes. Let's split up and gather our thoughts. The group agreed, and everyone set out in a different direction. I don't think I've killed Justidia yet. Either by voting or otherwise, no. He's always been alive. Yeah, he has always been alive in all endings, except for the everyone dies ending, I think. Oh, that is sus. I'm pretty sure at this point everyone has died of one cause or another. Some by being voted out, others by being shot by Tristidia, so yeah. He's the only common factor, I think, unless I'm misremembering or forgetting. The group agreed, and everyone set out in a different direction, so I could spy on them. And Cora left first, splitting from the rest to check around the corner, further south past the room she explored with Avaridia and Ira. Maybe now would be a good idea to hack. Let's see. Matching frequencies are Tristidia, Superbia, and Ira. Okay, so I do want Superbia then. Because that'd be Superbia at the start, Superbia to wave good luck to, and Superbia to hack. So we're not going to get anything, because Ira and Tristidia are at 33 and 0, and 66 or 33 aren't going to cut it. I'm very curious to see what Superbia is up to, but I've got choices, it seems. Anyway, who's it going to be? I'm dying, regardless, this way through. This is going to be an I die ending. So it's got to be between Tristidia and Ira for now, and save Superbia for a second play over. I bet you it's gotta be Tristidia. Going by the way these locks work, it's gonna be, I can't hack Tristidia. Because Tristidia had like nothing at the top row, I think. As far as getting trust with him, I don't remember. So maybe he is this Roots Luxuria, and if I want to get to him, I have to die a few times to get more directives. Can't hack him. I don't have that key yet. Okay. Missing something vital indeed. Okay, Ira, we'll do you next, and then we'll die. And then second time through go to Superbia, and that'll be all 3 attempted. Equalize, then order. Oh no, it's math again. Ira's math, but Ira is dumb as bricks. Okay, because it's math. No, avoid temptation, no hints yet. AB times 22Z equals 21619. AB what? Equals XZ, maybe. Equalize, then order. It's math. Let's assume it's equal now. See, I thought maybe you might be able to get some hints as to these people based on the passwords to hack them. Wait, hold on, we're hacking Ira. Ira's password the first time around was never leave. That was a hint to him being like really dependent upon Superbia. And then Avaridia was math and logic, which made sense because he's a teacher. And then Ira, hacking Ira is math, which means there is no pattern. Equalize, then order. Okay, it's math, give me the hints. Each side adds up together, thank you, that's how math works. Just use each letter's equivalent. Okay, A, B is 1 and 2. And then... except Z is not 22. I forget exactly how many letters there are, so instead of like singing the song, how many letters in alphabet? 26 letters. That's what I thought. Because I'm thinking then, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's an I. That's an I, not a 1. HI. I would be 9. So 1, 2, 9. 22 for X makes sense. But I was thinking maybe 2 and 6 together for the last one. Adds up together. Letters equivalent. 20... Oh, maybe that's how it works. 22 for X. Except 22 isn't X. 26, 27, or 20, 25, 24. That's not right. Unless it's 2, 2, 4, 4. No. Error. Each side adds up together. Adds up together. Adds up together and use the equivalent. So, it's not just letters on one side and numbers on the other. They have to equal. Wait, don't they equal up though? Add up together. What if I swap you guys around? Hold on, hold on. If they have to add up together, maybe I want one big number here. 2 big numbers here and a smaller one there. But there's no equivalent here, is there? I can see with this took an Excel sheet. Because it's math. And it has been far too long since my minimum requirement obligatory math semesters. If I play this right after those courses, my math would be so much sharper. Let me see, AB. So for the most part, it's pretty simple so far. I is the 9th one. 6 is not in the playing field. Unless we are making it 26. Which would be Z. X is the 24th, is it not then? X, Y, Z. So I'm not crazy. X is 24th, Z is the 26th. 22 isn't in play. Just use each letter's equivalent. I think is not saying that each letter here has equivalent there. I think it's telling me to think of these in terms of the numbers, not the letters. Yeah, Z is 26, X is 24. C is tricking me. It has A, B, and 1, 2, so you think, aha. Even I to 9, they got equivalent with each other. No, it's... You are 26, you are 24, 1 and 2, and make all of you equal each other. Okay, alright. So we for sure have 1 and 2 on one side, but that doesn't guarantee that we have 1 and 2 here. If we have 26 and 22 on this end, then the number's going to be too big. We have too big here as well, because either way we're getting 20 something. So what if? Calculator. I don't even know where my calculator is anymore. It's been all that long. I haven't last used it since 2018 and that astrology course. No, that wasn't even mine. I was borrowing the GFs of the Times. So where's mine then? Anywho, let's start big. Start big with 26 here. 26 and what? 26 and 6. 26 and 6 will make 32. So we potentially have 32 here. 32. And on this end, we have 24 and 22, which would give us 22 and 24, so 46 on this end. So at the very least, we have that big gap to fill up. 32 and 46. 32 plus 9 is 41. So now the inequality is 5 on your end. Wait, no, but there's 3 here. Plus 3. Guaranteed 3. On top of 46. 49. If I know how far apart these two are, so let me see. So that's 26, 26 to 32 to 41, 43, 44. We got 44 on this end so far. 24 to 46, 49 plus 9. Would it be 58? So there is a difference of 14 between them. A difference of 14. And you're way top heavy. With A and B locked into place. Then 9, 22, and 24. Did I math something wrong? Let me see. 26, 6 makes 32, that's correct then, 41. 3 and 4, okay, alright. So, how about I swap? 9 for a 9, so 9's already good. What if I gave you more 9? Just drop me down a little bit. Giving me on this end you know what? No calculator. I got a phone. What am I doing? Taking the long way around. Okay, where are calculator? So 1 plus 2 plus 6 plus 22 plus 26 gives me 57%. One plus 2 plus 9 plus 9 plus 24 is 45. 45. Getting closer. Difference of 13 then. 13 on that end, and I can't really move much. What if I gave you X and Z? The tactile inputs are nice, but mostly I want to be able to see what's up ahead and not all tab out too much. One plus true, plus 26 plus 9 plus 24 is 62. Okay, 62 is way too big. There's no way it's gonna keep up. Unless 9 comes out. Keep both 9s on this side then. Replace that 9 with the 1. Is 54. 54 is a bit more equal. 54. Then in this corner, nah, it's in windowed, but the window's still pretty big. Like, that's why I could come back out to look at my Enneagram of personalities here. But if it's math and constantly going back and forth, 2 plus 6 plus 22 plus, not 1, plus 9 is 48. So just 6 apart then. 6 apart, that's too big on this side. So what if I replaced 1 with 2? No. 1 with 6? Plus 26 plus 6 plus 24 is 59, which is 5 more. Wait, is that what I want though? Instead of replacing 1 and 6, which I might need to do anyway, what if I bumped you down by 4? One plus 2 plus 22 plus 1 plus 24 is 50, a solid 50, over 9 plus 2 plus 6 plus 26 plus 9, 52, only a difference of 2 now. So 1 plus 2 plus 22 plus 2 plus 24 is 51, logically. And then 9 plus 1 plus 6 plus 26 plus 9. 51 to 51. And it'll plug this in before it dies. Where's that thing? And let that be the last math for the day. And then put you in order. Actually, no. You two here. Equalize, then order. And yeah, seems good. Confirm? Got it. That's not a puzzle, that's math. Processing. Initializing. Evaluating frequencies. Connection established. Mod and shine. Smile and shine. Alright, Ira's eyes. Took so long, I forgot whose eyes we're watching from. I'm back. Sorry about that. True. Math is a puzzle for Ira. I suppose that does track then. Ira. Codependent, never leave, and math is hard. I'm back. Sorry about that. Had a small thing to take care of really fast. It seems Ira went off somewhere, without Davaridia, and he just came back to her. Superbia still has 5 bullets in her shoe. Puppy boy here probably went to give her the gun, and now she's gonna kill me. Killed the bitrate. Since he doesn't have the key, He couldn't get into the quarter room anyway. I thought I saw a me card, but it was just my imagination. It's not like we really need to find more right now though, right? Avaridia went over to where Ira came from and knelt beside Gulla's dead body. I guess not. She has a card and a few keys on her. But we studied to gather a sufficient number of cards for later anyway. And a few keys. More can't hurt. The teacher held them out. Clear as day. There was a me card in the palm of her hand, and the other two keys. Their teeth appeared to form the letters I and G respectively. G and I, we've both seen. You've seen both. That's a lot of keys you got now. 4, right? 4. Are any of them not A and L? Because we have G, I, A, L that have been seen. Yes. It may be a little too many. Want one? Oh, I guess. Don't know what they're for or anything. Just take both. I already have 2 keys, so I might as well spread them around. Ira took them both, rubbing the back of his head awkwardly at the motion. He clearly wasn't used to saying thanks or just being polite in general. The two of them remained silent for a few seconds. Both of them were looking at the dead body, as though both of them wanted to talk about it, but also wanted to avoid doing it. So, about Ula. You know what we're going to do next, right? Yeah. So I was thinking maybe, just don't. Don't what? Don't vote for Bia. Look, okay, I know she's kind of mean, but she doesn't think half the things she says. She's just that kind of gal. The kind of gal who shoots you dead if you call her a skank. Maybe she shouldn't say them then, if she truly doesn't mean what she's saying. Listen, no, I mean, I don't know if I should be mentioning that to anybody, but like, her family's kind of fucked up. They're rich, right? They're kind of loopy. They have this whole indoctrination thing. Don't know what to really call it. They talk about God and shit, and it's just like, shut up or I get it. She's Jehovah's Witness. But she's gotta live with that every day. Her dad's a scientist or something. Okay, so not Jehovah's Witnesses then. And he's into some serious shit. I'm talking drugs and stuff like that. I don't mean drugs like crack or weed. Stuff that is apparently supposed to control your flow of thought and connect you to God or some bullshit like that. Connect you to God? Control the flow of thought? If Pandora isn't some great source of veneration for the family, maybe they're using the drugs to what? Connect them together? Connect these people upon death to whatever's going on in my helmet? Or maybe a bit of chemical interface to connect the bodies in the pods that I still suspect exist into the digital divinity? Look, I don't think that even works, but yeah. Her family's rich, and they're doing kinda shady shit. But they don't exactly hide it. It's like they indoctrinated themselves into doing it. And that makes her a better person. Yeah, well, I just kind of want her to get out of it. Snap out and realize she's not God or prophet or better than anybody. Not God or prophet. Is there a possibility of Bia being raised to believe herself to be one or the other? How do you know all this? Or being made to be one or the other? I honestly don't know. Memory came back a bit earlier with the room we explored. There was a mansion lobby that was the same as her family's mansion. And then a large ornate room. You know? Pristine white and gold and really holy looking. So that's why Ira was so big. on not disrespecting it. It made me remember I kinda help with the drugs, I guess. I split them to people at school. I guess that's my crime. I see. Well, I'll keep that in mind. All of that. Okay, so Ira is probably the drug guy. Ira's crime is drugs. Bia, the murderer. Tristidia's crime, being too online. She gave a nod towards him, but she was clearly looking off to the side. Gullah might be bombs, because she seemed uncomfortable in the bomb room, in the bar. And probably not just for the... Actually, we got a name for that. The terrorist was... Lucille Boy Jolie. And if we assume that the murderer is separate from the terrorist bomber, probably not Ava then, because her name is Ellie Weber, which leaves Luxuria, Bia, and potentially myself, and the ninth girl, the ninth person, who was also described in terms of she, but is now dead from the start. Ira turned around, seeing Tristidia coming by. Hey, you two. We're going to gather to vote. He looked at Viridia and Ira, but more towards the former. It seemed like he wanted to say something, but he refrained, perhaps because Ira was around. See done, Cora? Oh, yeah, she's over there around the corner, I think. And now we gotta pull out. He ported towards the hall past Gulla's body. Tristidia thanked him and walked further in the direction of Ancora's hiding spot. I gotta do this fast, or else I'm not going to be there when he comes around. However, Ancora's helmet no longer displayed anything this time, as if something happened to knock it offline. There was no sounds or any visuals to be heard or seen respectively, while it should have been showing everything from her helmet's point of view once more. Somebody put a bag over my face. Or put their hands over it. But except wait. They don't know what the cameras are specifically, do they? So it wouldn't be hands. But maybe somebody put a bag over her head. Something's wrong. This can only happen if someone forcibly knocks it offline. That means someone bashed the helmet and caused the resonance effect strongly enough. Why did I not feel it? That is suspicious. What am I on? Melding? Where's melding? We still gotta go through trial, I think. So somebody knocked us out. Or tried to. Yeah, melding. Audio paths meld together. To put me towards the everyone dies or I die. It's gonna be me dying. Me dying because I have no trust in anyone. Eventually the helmet rebooted, and Cora's vision became filled with Tristidia holding her to help her back onto her feet. Was it him? I don't think so, because he just walked off. Could it be that he closed the distance this quickly, and knocked out the helmet in the time it was taking me to have the connection back? Are you okay? And Cora harbored the strange feeling that perhaps it had been his fault. She acted surprised when he was holding her, only to pull away from him after a few seconds. I'm fine, don't worry over me. Hey, wait up. We have to meet with the group. I'm going there, it's fine. Shrugging the light dizziness she was feeling as a result of the altercation, and Cora put as much distance between them as she could, making a beeline for the voting consoles. Surely, they would all gather to do the vote soon. It was 20 minutes past the hour, so they still had 40 minutes, but there was nothing to do until then except vote. I can't shake this feeling that someone did something I wasn't aware of during this part. Something's missing. Feels like running into a wall head first with your eyes closed. That wall head first being the dead end. Not good. On the way to the staircase of the voting consoles, Ancora passed by Avaridia and Ira, but she didn't outwardly acknowledge their presence, instead acting like she was in a hurry to go meet with the others at the crossroads. Why are they still in this wing? The only explanation for Avaridia, she's taken the me card that belonged to Gullah, but Ira doesn't have anything to do here. And there was Ira's speech on the room we just explored too. It gives them a whole new meaning, and it means we can't trust Superbia. And Cora hesitated as those thoughts went through her head. There was an even bigger problem at hand, and there was no way to deduce it, given the puzzle piece of information she had. The bigger problem is, who knocked me offline? All of these details will have to be shared for the vote. It's probably safer to talk about it when they're physically incapable of movement in front of the shotguns. She arrived at the staircase leading up to the crossroads. Invidia approached her, closing in on her from the entrance of the first hallway. Oh, there you are. Triss and me were looking everywhere for you. You mean Triss and I? No, it was me, not you. I mean what I said. Oh, you. I'm just saying it's incorrect to say them and me like that. Besides, you could just say we. And Cora, is this really the time? Did somebody knock your files in the wrong place? Hey. Who cares if it's correct or not? Are you a teacher or something? Besides, it doesn't really matter. Just forget it. What's important is we're going to take another vote very soon, so be ready with us. Yeah, I know. I'm heading there. The conversation came to a bit of a standstill. Invidia was clearly hesitating. The exact nature of the reason behind that hesitation was lost on Cora. Was it because of her loopy episode earlier? If she wanted to get anything out of him, she'd have to take the first step. But what would he answer? And Cora knew what she wanted to talk about. Without much hesitation on her end, she spoke, forthcoming about her incident. Someone assaulted me. I didn't see who it was. Is that so? Is that so, Invidia? Because you did the striking. And you're saying, is that so, to us not seeing you? Maybe you tried to get our attention. You waved at us, shook us, and we fell backwards and hit our head on the wall? And you're like, that is weird because you should have been right in front of me? Assault, like punched you. I was struck from behind. I passed out for a few minutes not long ago. It's probably this helmet that caused me to lose consciousness. You know, how Bia accidentally hit the ear of her helmet on the doorframe earlier, and she screamed bloody murder. Imagine that, but from a direct hit. I wasn't around back there, so I can't say who attacked you. Do you have any suspects? He was more open to talk about it now. That act, out of concern for her, calmed Cora. You came out of the first hallway, so it sounds like it wasn't you. Trist found me and helped me back up, so maybe it was him. I can't rule out that possibility. Otherwise, Ira and Ava are both in Wing A too. Hold on. Ira did come back to Ava, did he not? So maybe he saw me, hunting around for things, and for Bia's sake, struck me on the back of the head. Not realizing that I was currently hacking into no. He could have been doing that then, because I was busy hacking into his helmet. I wouldn't have seen him. I think it was him then. Very likely it would have been Ira. Then there's Bia. Oh, it can't be Bia. She's been around here this whole time as far as I'm aware. But you went into the hallway, didn't you? You might have missed her slipping by you. Trist went into Wing A when we split up. If she did, he'd have run into her, I think. And Cora couldn't be sure now. Superbia definitely could have had a hand in doing something bad. But if Tristidia didn't run into her... Okay, let's eliminate Superbia from the suspects then. That would be great, yes. They have been so engrossed in their talk, they didn't notice a bunny girl coming by. She walked down the stairs to join them with a slightly irate tone. Are we going to vote now? Look, time's ticking, and we've not reached the next set of rooms yet. 3 already died, so you've got a 50% chance of coming out alive too. Would it hurt you to be a little more sensitive sometimes? Nobody likes a giant bitch. Something's not quite right, she tends to say, just before dying. Generally speaking, Superbia is a giant bitch, fine. But she's very forthcoming now. I mean, more than usual. She's definitely up to something. Superbia shook her head and clicked her tongue, annoyed. Just come up here. It's not magic, it's just a few stairs. Looking behind herself, and Cora noticed the rest of the group closing in. Maybe parts of Ira going missing, clonked me out, retrieved the gun, gave it to Bia, and now Bia's got a gun with 5 bullets in it, and whoever comes upstairs first is 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Until it's just her and a few others to walk out. Maybe just her and Ira. She decided to walk up the stairs before they caught up with the trio already at the crossroads. Contrary to what one might think, nothing special happened as the group acknowledged everyone else and stepped forward for the votes. I was wrong. Not here to kill us. Directly, at least. And Cora took her spot in front of the booth with a shotgun designated for her. All cards were swiped. All helmets were affixed. At that moment, no one could move anymore. This is where it would be best to point out the discrepancy of events. However, I'm kind of at a loss. Nothing really connects or makes sense. Superbia is suspicious. Maybe that's a good spot to start with. But before Cora could say anything about Superbia, the group was already down there deliberating. It had been lightning fast. The only one who wasn't in agreement to vote for Superbia who wasn't in agreement to vote for Superbia was to no one's surprise herself. So everyone wants to vote for her, which makes sense because she killed Gullah. But I have no trust. So I fully expect the votes to turn to me, despite their natural inclination. I don't think any of the machines were hacked earlier, or that anyone was tricky with their votes. In the upper roots, when they said they'll vote for X, and they voted Y instead. I think that's because there is a discrepancy between their button presses and this. This matters, not that. I think. Superbia was surprisingly not putting much of a fight though. She did look fairly annoyed, but it was nothing on the level one would expect out of her in this situation. Wait, that means even Ira voted against her. This is stupid and dumb. And you're all stupid and dumb. Those mean the same thing. Either way, she's too dangerous to leave alive. We're all in agreement, right? I guess there's not much more to say about it. I don't know. Then what? What are you going to do? Ava, Cora, Vidi, and I are all gonna vote for Bia. Surely you can tell me voting otherwise is futile. I guess you're right. Fine then. Sorry, Bia, but they're right. Bia didn't say anything. Something is definitely wrong with this. Normally, she would have been out of her mind at the mere mention of killing her. Maybe because situations like this are completely outside the scope of her programming, and with no data for situations like this, she defaults to a less irate state. But is it too late to do anything about it? After this uneventful talk, everyone put in their votes for Superbia as convened, hesitating a little, and Koros did hers too, as her vote wouldn't amount to anything alone. As for the bunny girl, she picked the same one. She voted for herself too. Oh no, this is bad. We just got played, didn't we? God, you're all so fucking dumb. I wasn't saying anything because I couldn't have held my laughter if I did. The screens exposed the votes, much like before. What happened was surprising. Even though everyone seemingly voted for Superbia, Ancora was the one with 6 votes. What? Via, did you? Ancora said in bewilderment at the results. It was the final thing she would stare at. Bomp. Death number 10 is this? She couldn't even finish her sentence before the gunshot echoed out. With this outcome, Ancora had surrendered her right to live, leaving the future in the hands of those who had wronged her. I don't think that there's somebody out there, be it Luxuria or Superbia, who's hacking the consoles. That's not it. She only had time to hear the first part of the explosion before she was truly ended, her head engulfed in a torrent of heat and destruction. I guess that's what one gets for being blind to what's happening. It would have gone differently if I'd known something else, most likely. Or maybe with some misplaced trust. Whatever the reason is, it's too late now to ponder on it. But it's still disappointing. At least I had pretty much all of eternity before me. But the box! Dead end. Okay, so Tristidia is locked out, but I'm pretty sure we can get Superbia. Easily enough even. All we have to do, puzzle, and 279 and 280, 278. I looked, and there's an achievement for using the files to get the endings in the right order. If I do that, I don't think it's going to be on stream, because that's going to be a puzzle in itself. Okay, what I want, first off, is to talk to Superbia, build up Superbia's trust. Then, Tristidia Avaridia Era. This bit doesn't matter so much, does it? Not for now, at least. Avaridia does, if I want to go up this route and go the Avaridia path to get back up here. But as far as Era Tristidia Ava goes, I don't think it really matters. What does is getting on Luxuria's good side. On the split, that's 66 for Luxuria, then hack Luxuria, forcing us down to this end. Through her eyes, we see her flirting with Gullah, and succeeding, which is gross. Then we go to nothing here, puzzle, and then I have to jump in. Wave hello to Superbia, which will bump her up to 66%. And then hack her with his 2 trusts. That's right, I forget the second one. One is to talk to Superbia or Nvidia. So I'm already going to be low on Nvidia, but I forget what the other is. And then hack into Superbia to get 99% for her, which will open at least one of you two's. Probably the top one, because it seems to be top and top, then the bottom for the locked up one, top and top, then the bottom for one of the locked up ones. Except no, you're on the bottom here, so maybe the pattern doesn't hold true. Okay, so that just leaves the first trust here. Era, Tristidia, or Avaridia. Tristidia probably matters a little bit if the other trust one is to get his trust to 66%, and then we hack him here, which means Era is probably a red herring. No, Era's not a red herring. That's important to get to the top route. For the bottom one then, would need Tristidia. And we're not gonna max out anyway. Okay, so important thing is we got Luxuria on 99, so Luxuria gets sacrificed, she's dead. We have Superbia already on 33%. And just gotta fluff her up from here then. Puzzle solved. Tristidia and Era. Who did I speak to? I forgot already. I went Tristidia, didn't I? For the sake of a hack that's not gonna happen. So that's 33% for Tristidia there, 66 here, and a further 99. A further 99 if I hack into him successfully. Congrats, Robbie. So far, it seems you do got some good eyeballs on your fic. Enjoy the sleep. Might as well continue with Tristidia then. Even if it won't matter here at all. Wait, this means though. Hold on. I can actually get Era up to 99 then. Hold the phone. I just wasted this. No, I didn't waste this. Because I did choose Tristidia, right? Tristidia. Which means we're doing this one time here to get Superbia to 100% to get through that gate. But I could actually get Era here, then Era here, then hack Era. Every one of them, all of these guys could be 100 by this point. Cool. And since I'm not spreading it out, alright. Tristidia then. And then Era the next time to get all three options. At first, the horse a little bothered that Nakora came near him to walk towards Wing A. After a few seconds, he addressed her on the subject of her visions while the others spoke aloud a bit further ahead. What did it feel like? Like what? The visions? Yes. Like an out-of-body experience. I don't really know what to compare it with. It's like my head was getting full of random stuff. I see. So it's not really like having a psychic power, huh? I don't think so. The two of them kept to themselves afterwards, though the resulting silence wasn't allowed to go on for very long. So how was the puzzle? And that's all the same. Then this time, we wave to Superbia, wish her good luck. I hope you make it out alive and swiftly. That does get 66% on him, 66, but we still can't hack Tristidia, because now I know the locks are literal. But nobody else trusting me is kind of ouch. That's alright, you can't please everybody. Superbia finally deigned to reply, right before she vanished inside, the hand making that gross gesture, disappearing into the room last. The rest of the group was unconcerned by it, but Ancora felt a bit annoyed. What a bitch! There's no point even thinking of being nice to her. The group was left its own volitions following all of that. Ula and I to the next one. Room's gonna be fun, can just tell. I can't tell if we got this conversation before, or if they just came in. Remain silent, just like Gullah. No, I remember that line. Ira and Cora and Avaridia, which means I get to jump ahead to straight to the split. So technically this counts as Gullah still dying anyway. Technically still counts as going through all the options, even if Tristidia is still unhackable. Still unhackable. Technically clicked on all three. Solve the puzzle. I kind of figured, Robbie, that you were being somewhat metaphorical. Like, fic published, then hands off until later. Tear apart rabbit and lion. There, I tore them apart. Rabbi and Tlian. Okay, the I is stuck in. Tear apart rabbit and lion. It. So I can't make it rab it here. I could make rabbit lion and lion, rabbit, and that tore apart rabbit and lion. Error! Ah! An answer so bad it had to drop the bitrate. Tear them apart by making it at rabbit lion. Or hold on. No, that's not right. So what's the hints here? Not every puzzle with letters is an anagram. You have to tear both of them completely. Oh, okay. Wait, hold on, reset it. Tear them both completely. So what would the easiest way to do it then? Six letters, 5 letters. Just tearing them apart, right? Swapping everything about to Lord Rabbi. I'm thinking what it wants is for no letter of rabbit or lion to be within themselves. So maybe there, I've just torn them apart. It sounds simple, but I don't know if it wants a specific solution. Because tear apart rabbit and lion seems simple enough. Tear both of them completely. Completely. What if I tear them apart by putting one inside the other? And lion is one word here. Rabbit, space, and lion. So, since rabbit does have 6 letters, and lion has 5, rab, lie, Aww. This feels correct, because this way, lion, and rabbit are wholly divided from themselves. Easy. Smile. Ayy, still get to smile. Really? Compared to Think Meta and what was it? There were a couple of tough ones today, like legit tough puzzles. This one is fairly straightforward, especially with the hints given. Split them apart, has a number of solutions. Destroy them completely, especially with 6 letters on one, 5 on the other. Fits perfectly. Superbia is walking away from the stairs, down from the middle of the crossroads. Her shoes made a few taps on the ground, which resonated in the otherwise empty area. Soon enough. Hold on, I gotta see. We're in Menace now, right? Top or bottom route? Top route. Then middle for Tristidia. Or for Era, maybe. Because Era and Tristidia can also be brought to 100% by this point. But then again, in the top route, it was also possible to bring Luxuria to 100% or 99%, but doing that does nothing. Maybe it's because her maxing out is required for down here. So if the reverse holds true, then maybe the ability to max out Era down here for this end with Luxuria is also red herring. Oh yeah, that's also very true. Like, most of today's puzzles, not counting the math ones, have been a good amount of difficult. And depending on the person and what they see right away, might be more or less difficult. Okay. Soon enough, the silence was broken by Tristidia joining her for a chat. It was immediately obvious that Superbia was not very pleased by his presence there. Wait a tick, hold on. Tristidia's here. We could hack Tristidia. Does this mean we'll get the same conversation once we unlock his code? About earlier. What about earlier? Someone died and it bought us time, so be thankful. You don't understand. You killed someone just now, and we didn't have any idea of their crime, or whatever they have to do with this place. We have to make sure those who die are the right ones. That sounds a lot like traitor talk. Kill the right one, because you want to make sure it's the mastermind alone who's killed? And who puts you in charge exactly? Look, I really don't like being told what to do. I'm gonna do things my way, and if you get in it, you're out too. Is that a threat? What would it change if it was? I can already tell you want to take control over this game. I'm not gonna stand for it, that's for sure. There's always one, even in Among Us. Someone who tries to play the overzealous detective and spends way too much time trying to figure out exactly who did it, so that they end up voting out people who are totally innocent, just tasking up because no, he had all the puzzle pieces, it had to be them. And then soon enough, everyone dies, imposters go scot-free, the both of them. I just want to keep the playing field leveled. And besides, you think this is a game? I already kept the playing field level, so the bullets are of no consequence anymore, and yes, I think it's very much a game. That mediate told us. We're playing kill me, whatever that is. You didn't level the playing field at all. It just means the only one who can shoot is you and no one else. Even if you don't have the gun, you already showed you can just take it anyway. And... aggravated, Superbia gave him the old talk to the hand gesture. I don't care, so keep your observations to yourself. See you around, or not. Just like that, she left him, walking away with no intention to come back to speak to him again. Superbia very quickly headed the councils, aggressively sighing to herself. What an idiot. Most importantly, I have to finish setting this up. Begging your pardon, Superbia, setting what up? Oh, I can't check the trust yet, right? Not when hacking. I thought I might see it my way, but she grumbled a little, while rummaging on the consoles. She was messing with the portraits, which she'd apparently been doing before. Business, which for whatever reason she'd paused to look around. So somebody was messing with them. Is that gonna be enough though? Now, her hands plucked one portrait after another. So she's noticed the portraits can be messed with. That's pretty bad. But at least we're in the clear about who's doing this. I wonder whose portrait she's switching around. I wonder, Ancora, if only you could see. The first one was her own. Superbia was acutely aware she was a target for the next vote because of how dangerous she was. That meant she had to switch them to ensure they'd vote for her, but not really for her. The second portrait was Ancora's. So he switched the two of them, so that the consoles had Ancora's face over Superbia's button and vice versa for the other. That's pretty smart, not going to lie. Too bad I can spy on her. And now, I'm on to her little trick. I wonder what it was that she learned those portraits aren't set in stone. I didn't really have much of a choice anyway. It's not like I could have done it any differently. Not only will it require more resources, but I'm unable to grab them. Nothing much of note happened otherwise. Superbia ended up only messing with the ones related to her or Ancora. After a short while, her vision caught on to Nvidia and Tristidia walking to Wing A, splitting up at the entrance. So maybe the game here is to become super suspicious myself? Or maybe because Superbia supposedly trusts me, maybe her evidence is different? But either way, if this happens regardless, and everyone votes Tristidia instead, then it doesn't matter if the portraits are swapped. Uh-oh. I can't see much more of what they're doing now. Superbia's staying in the voting room, no doubt. I can't exactly hack into the helmet or check, so it's probably safer to cut the connection, so I can be there when Tristidia eventually comes by. It's especially bad, because I haven't seen Avaridia and Ira too. Just like before, the connection to Superbia's helmet was cut off, to bring back Ancora's view of the hallway. However, Ancora's helmet no longer displayed anything this time, as if something happened to knock it offline, so getting knocked off still happens anyway. Then melding. So she is up to 99%. Tristidia could be at a potential 99, but he's locked. So this is going to be one new death that I could try a third run through, pushing Luxuria and Ira to see if that, but I doubt it's going to change anything, especially since there's only 3 paths for death, Superbia, and Tristidia. Getting Era up probably also just results in this. But at least it will knock out all the trust things. All the trust things to make jumping around much easier. Eventually helmet rebooted, just steady helping back to my feet. News of the assault, but nothing new yet, because melding is melding is melding. Based on what I saw, it's obvious that Kirby is the culprit, but we can't get anyone to vote for her. They'll kill the wrong person altogether. Already in agreement. Only Encore's voice rose to interrupt the flow, going Superbia's way. Stop. No, we can't vote for Superbia. Dun 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 dun. What's all this about? Another one of your insights. You're defending her? We already made up our minds, so vote or shut up. And now Era's defending her choice too. But isn't he close to Superbia? No way. If you're voting for her, you're going to kill me. I saw her change the portraits around. You could switch them, see? As if to prove that fact. And Cora lifted her own portrait from the console. Then she put it back where it was. You know, maybe it might have been the wrong idea to say I saw her do it. And instead you could have said, hold on, something's not right. The last time we voted, weren't the portraits like this, and now they're like that? And then he lifted up to show, you can't switch them. It still gets the same idea across, but doesn't out yourself of having seen it when you should have been knocked out. And each portrait can't fit in any other socket. Don't you remember the layout from the first round? Exactly, start with remember the layout, and how some of them moved. Now that you mention it, we're sorted in an interesting way. On the left, it's mostly made of herbivores. In the middle, we have omnivores. On the right, we have carnivores. You're completely correct. Via's portrait moved from the herbivores over to the omnivores. And Cora's portrait moved over to the herbivores, despite being a bear. Whatever then. If you want to believe that and vote Cora, be my guest. Won't have her death on my mind then. Like you have anyone else's death on your mind. You killed Ula without a second thought. And nobody's dead for this hour slice yet. Mission accomplished, I think. We all survived that hour. All of us but Ula. So it doesn't even make you nervous, huh? The fact we're going to vote for me. No, not at all. The slight hesitation was telling. So, what do we do now? Instead of telling Superbia was full of shit, she was full of shit, Avaridia decided to change the subject back to voting, which they needed to do before the discussion turned into a half-hour-long waste of time. I don't think we have much of a choice. We have to vote for Cora. They could swap the portraits, then vote for Superbia. Isn't that dangerous? What if you really do get her? I'm okay with it. I trust in this. You should too. I'd rather trust Cora if I had to pick between her and Bia, to be perfectly honest. Wait, I changed my mind. I think something else is going on. Yes, Bia. Is this a ploy for survival? Or did you get hit with some inspiration? Sorry, my vote's already in. It's do or die. Superbia clicked her tongue in an annoyed tone. Look, you can't vote for me, I mean Cora. But she'd already put her vote in for herself. The numerous slip-ups, as well as her insistence on having the group vote only for her, fanned the flames of doubt. Vote for her, fanned the flames of doubt, even for Era. Goodbye then, Bia. And honestly, good riddance. And Cora put her vote in as well. Error, error, error. Naturally, I'll keep voting for myself. The screens above the voting consoles settled onto Superbia's symbol. It was clear what was to follow. It was her execution. Every shotgun but the victims released their hold, leaving the participants to witness a macabre outcome. Cause yeah, getting Era to full wouldn't matter then, cause you've already got his upload. So there wouldn't be anything to upload further on. It only took a moment for the gunshot to come. It sounded like it had shot Superbia at point-blank range. But in reality, there was no bullet holes in the helmet she wore. Rabbit season! Time slowed down. Eventually, everything froze. Rabbit season, achievement unlocked. It's rabbit season, fire! There you are. Ugh. I'm fucking dead, aren't I? It would seem so, yes. Fuck. There's no need to swear now. It's over. All of it, that is. All your life, and your work and your hopes. Ooh, what if this is digital, right? If this is just a fabricated virtual world? But what if they're not dying, but they're waking up saying, "Aw man, I died in the game. Yes, you did die in the game. Wake up, you're out, goodbye." Sounds to me like something I want to swear about. It's meaningless. It won't bring them back. Them back? Everyone else in here who's already uploaded? It's also not going to bring you back alive. It's over. So please accept it. Let somebody else have a turn on the controller. Fine, I'll accept it. It can't be over that quickly though, can it? Not just yet. We have some time still. Marco, give us your name. First of all, do you know your name? No. Whatever I'm thinking about can't be it. Your name's Annie Sansusi. Annie Sansusi. Where's my 0.5mm? Superbia. Annie Sansusi. Which I'm probably butchering. I butcher all things, including English. What about my family? They dead too? Sorry, I can't say that. And why not if it doesn't matter? Just fucking say it already. Swearing at me won't make me say it. I just can't because I know it, yet I can't say it. Something's stopping me. Whatever. So my name's Annie, huh? Yes. In life, you were a real bitch. I'll punch you in the face. I'm just saying it how it is. And besides, you can't deny that. You did some really bad stuff, but I can't say them neither. What's with all the secrecy? Piecing it together is part of the process, part of the game, part of the puzzle. I can't just give the answer, not here. That must be annoying to you, but it's just how it is. Addressing the player this time, directly. I think I have a right to know this kind of shit. Unfortunately, the dead have no rights. They only have lefts. Is that your idea of a joke? No? I mean that they leave things behind. What did you leave behind, Annie? A fortune, I guess? I remember being rich. No, you weren't rich. Your parents were. When you realized you weren't rich, and your control was lessened, you took things from others. I'll just leave it at that. Guess you were right. A real bitch. Too late to change now. Besides, I don't wanna. I didn't think you would. Our time is coming to an end. What do you mean, our time? Are you dead too? Not yet. Eventually, probably. Either way, what are your final words? I wish I could tell my parents that I'm sorry. And for God, why do you exist? Why do atrocities exist in your name? Dust to dust, ashes to ashes, the magical incantation has been spoken. You've surrendered your right to live. I'll now carry your memory. Sure. Whatever. Be a please. You had your final words already. Exactly. We're all gonna die someday, Lisa. No, Bart, I mean right now. Yes, I know. On the floor was a dead body, much like the one before. Neither of them had been cleaned up yet. One of them was fresher than the other. Hold on, when Ira died, didn't his body go missing eventually? The bunny's immobile body remained flat to the ground. Oh no, and this means we have to deal with Ira surviving with his girlfriend dead. If only she would simply be beheaded. Then a pool of blood would grow underneath her body, and that would be it. If only? However, much like in Luxuria's case, a grimmer fate awaited her. Much like in Luxuria's case, the helmet exploded. She didn't carry anything interesting, and everyone was repulsed by the sight of a dead body, so no one approached her. Instead, everyone gathered at a respectable distance from it in silence. Well, that's dealt with. A single thought went through Ancora's head. Before she said anything, someone else did. Are they going to ask if Ancora had any more visions? So far, Tristidia lives in this route unless we hack him. And they know that we're seeing the dead in some capacity. So maybe this is the true mastermind goes off against traitor route? This is where you end up, huh? I'm not really surprised. He wasn't speaking to anyone in particular. Corpse Eater 7, thank you very much for the follow. It seemed as though he was more talking to himself. No longer wishing to see the dead body, everyone split up. What was his phrasing exactly? His phrasing was... This is where you end up. At first, I thought he meant like all of us when we die or something profound like that, but he might just mean Bia herself. Because he knew her in life. It was clear this outcome was coming. Yet no one really wanted to talk to Celebrate. Except Ira. He didn't leave. And Cora remained close by as the others left their vicinity. What's going on exactly is that we are stuck in a sort of like a 999 type of game where there's a mastermind who has trapped 9 people in an escape room, death game sort of situation. With the twist being, we are the mastermind. We know exactly who the mastermind is because it's me. And nobody else knows. So we have to go through puzzle and puzzle, and escape room to escape room. Partially to survive. And partially to not get ourselves voted as the mastermind. And they just had a vote, and we survived at the expense of somebody else. And now everybody else has to deal with that outcome, especially him, because he was dating the one who got voted to die. But somebody among us is a traitor who knows who I forget the exact rule, if it's that he knows who the mastermind is. He knows who Pandora is, I think. So, for us, we want to try to find out who that traitor is, and get him killed in as few votes as possible. Kind of like a game of werewolf. Exactly, we are Jigsaw. Jigsaw pretending that he is just another victim. She didn't mean to eavesdrop, but it just happened on its own anyway. If you just stopped trying to do this shit, you wouldn't be lying dead on the floor. What did I do everything for now? Now that you're dead, all the stuff I helped for. The boy fell down to his knees, still intently watching the body. Previous VODs or playing the game? I do recommend the game itself, like, to play. Because so far I've been enjoying it. It's got like a nice novel going to it. The puzzles range from fun to devious. And Cora felt more and more awkward. She thought perhaps she should leave the man alone. No. I had to find out who the traitor is. There was a chance it was Superbia. I don't know. I'm trying to remember if Superbia died in other routes. Tristidia has shot her. But in every route where Tristidia shoots somebody, we end up dead soon after. Ira's words couldn't help. Curiosity took over her feeling of awkwardness, and she remained, making herself smaller by nonchalantly walking to a nearby wall and leaning against it. I knew I shouldn't have done any of it. Not like I had a choice. Stupid. I was stupid, and you were stupid too. He punched against the floor, not too far from her body. It was almost like he was sobbing in his helmet. Very quickly, he quieted himself again, clearing his throat. 2 of a trilogy. I know that there was the other game on Steam that I saw that was connected to this. So there's a 3rd game. Head as code, release game, so 1 more in the pipeline. Cool. I can't even blame anyone for killing you too. It'll be way too fucking easy, huh? But you chose this by doing all this stupid shit. This is all about choice, isn't it? You could choose, but I couldn't. I can't choose. I can't ever choose. It's always just your choice. It's always just what matters to you. What then? What if I had chosen? Maybe you wouldn't be dead there. And then you'd have seen, when I make my own choice, it's not because I want to take control, goddammit. It's because I want to help you help others. To help you help others. It really is putting her down as a helper type. $300 on the wish list, Corpse Eater. Oh my goodness, that's incredible. I've got like a dozen maybe on mine, and I thought that's a lot. Clearly, you didn't care about my help, huh? Maybe I was just blind. I should make my own fucking choices now. I never wanted a leader. I just wanted you. Another punch on the ground. It was strong enough to cause a room to shake a little. And Cora could see he was well built, but this much? He stood up, and Cora recoiled, trying to hide herself against the corner. Really? So kind of an honorary games with a better outcome than ZTD. That already is admirable. I know ZTD has its fans, but now I know my opinion on it too. Not really the biggest fan of ZTD, so Moon, best of luck, make it happen. If anyone can. Recoiled, trying to hide herself. Not that he was back up. What if he decided she was a threat? It was his choice now. A gloom realization set in. He hadn't been doing much because he was leaving it to Superbia. And now she wasn't here anymore. But he didn't come towards her at all. In fact, he staggered towards the staircase, his arms moving back and forth, slowly, under him, as though he was a zombie. Perhaps he was one now. Cautiously, and Cora closed the distance again. She was going to tell him a little, see what he'd do. Everyone else had already left this area and gone into Wing A, presumably to unlock the door and proceed forward. However, after coming down the stairs, Ancora realized that he knew she was there. "Are you following me?" He asked the words without turning around. When she didn't answer, he faced her again, looking slightly ticked off. At least, as much as he could look like that with the helmet on. "You know, Bia really hated you." "Really?" That's curious because we have her trust up to max on this route. I don't think trust is trust. There's some element of it because it makes sense. You talk to NVIDIA trusts you more. But it doesn't seem like narratively that she trusted me any more than usual. She wanted to put me under the bus. Yeah, I thought that. Hey, you're not stuttering anymore. Ira chose to ignore the less polite part of the observation. Well, Corpse Eater, what is life but variety? A 300 means nothing but variety. So plenty to fall back on, it's admirable. But I kept trying to tell her that you aren't that bad as far as we can see yet. She never cared for it. Said you knew too much or something daft as that. And Cora remained silent, curious as to where this was leading. But now, I don't know anymore. I'm torn, you know? He stepped towards her. She took a reflexive step backwards. Something in her told her she had to run, to move, to go away. It's not safe here. But it's not a direct dead end either. Not yet, at least. Since we do still have. Oh no, this could be it. And then game over. Her death? Novel? Then my own death? Then maybe a key? Do we get a key from this? He's not in his right mind. Anyone would lose their way after something like this. I'm torn because I fucking loved her, you know? I'm torn because I don't want her to fucking hurt anybody. But she's got and did it. Did it before, did it now. To me. By dying like a bitch-ass chump. And you know why this happened. It's cause of you and everyone else. It's cause everyone here killed her that I feel that way. So I'm gonna make my own choice. Oh no, is he out for revenge? I don't have the Enneagram up. He kept moving towards her. Unfortunately, he was much bigger than Ancora. The more she stepped backwards, the more she tried to find a way to run around him and rejoin the group. Staying behind had been a bad idea. All she managed to do was trip when she got back to the staircase, her ass falling flat onto one of the cement stairs. He closed the distance rather quickly. I ain't gonna kill you. That's never gonna be me. Alright, cool. So he's not gonna directly get revenge on all of us. But I voted for her too. I have no idea what to think about. By getting me to vote for you, you made me vote for her. And an innocent was spared. Not an innocent of all things, mind you, but in this case, an innocent. Really, implication being, out of everyone here, that Ancora is the only one who is truly innocent. Tell him already. Just say the words. But Ancora's mouth felt like lead. No matter how much she tried to articulate a sound, she couldn't oppose him. He was menacing, and she was powerless. She hated that. Her hate was beginning to form into some modicum of strength, but it was too late already.
Just stay here for a while. Stop fucking up the group. You and your hallucinations. A hard punch flew at her, but thankfully, she managed to dodge it in extremis by rolling to the side, the stairs digging into her skin and bones. So might have been that he punched us out the first time, with those thunder fists of his. Leaping off, she ran around him. But his arm reached out and grabbed her. The lion doesn't let go this easily. You don't run from them. They'll catch up and get you. And just like that, a solid punch landed onto Encora's helmet. The girl fell to the ground like a marionette without its strings. The reverberations caused her to pass out of the spot. Message? Someone was shaking her. Message because now it's voting time, and we've been passed out, and now it's us who's gonna die again. She could tell. The contact was clear, but she couldn't see anything. Even talking yielded no result. She couldn't even hear her own voice. Maybe she didn't have a voice. Maybe she was still lying in bed. Her mother was shaking her to wake her up. But she didn't want to wake up. School could wait. She said something else, but she still couldn't hear her own voice. Was she mute? Did her ears not function properly? One hand reached for the bed sheets to adjust them on her. She had been in a deep sleep, a deep, deep dream, and now she had to wake up. The hand shaking her became more insistent. The girl was about to turn over to tell Lop as she always did, but after one arm extended to grab the bed sheets, she noticed something was wrong. First of all, she was asleep alone. She never slept alone. There was always someone else next to her. Who? It was hard to remember. There was something else though, or perhaps a lack of something else. A lack of bed sheets. She couldn't grab the bed sheets. They didn't exist. Pain surged through her. She fell before. Her body remembered. She was on the cold, hard ground. A hand was shaking her to bring her back to reality. Oh, no flashbacks. Just this reality. Finally, vision and sound returned to her. This was not her bedroom. This was not her beautiful house. The woman next to her was not her mother. She was in the school. In that accursed school. Ah, Bretta. Cora, are you awake? What you're saying doesn't make any sense. I can't get up. Avaridia helped her back onto her feet, but the girl almost immediately fell down again. Her legs were shaking. The older woman supported her, holding her and helping her to walk over to the staircase close by. And Cora sat down, regaining her consciousness at an absurdly slow rate. What happened? What time is it? She very quickly panicked. The timer had been ticking down even as she was passed out. It's over. What? A fight broke out while you were unconscious. Ira died. Ira died, and I ran away. Imagine my surprise when I found you here, out cold on the ground. Into details. Somebody must have grabbed the gun and the bullets from Bia's shoes to take him down. Do you know about the Tinkerbell effect? I do not know about the Tinkerbell effect. Please do tell me. It's an expression describing... I'll just let her explain it, I guess. No, I don't. The Tinkerbell effect is named after a famous fairy from a movie made for children, taking from the fact everyone believed in her survival, which brought her back to life. I think that's what happened. Are you saying we only exist because everyone else wished me to? Huh? I don't follow. Ira believed everyone to be against him, to have cost him what he'd been yearning for the most, and made the choice to pursue his own agenda. This in turn turned everyone against him, and what he believed became true. Ah, morphophogetic field theme, no! But beliefs don't work that way. Though it is a little bit true that perception does create reality. Are you sure about that? I can believe all I want that I'm out of here, but it doesn't make me leave this place. But if everyone in this group believed in getting you out, that does make that reality more likely to happen? Probably not, because your state of being here has already been confirmed. However, the opposite exists too, the reverse Tinkerbell effect. The more you believe you'll be fine, and that everything will work out, the less they will, because you'll grow too complacent to act. This is the same thing here. We all believe we make it out alive, so now we can't get out alive, due to what's transpired. And Cora slowly stood up, only to fall back down onto the stairs. Sit down for a few more moments. You're still not quite there. I want to get back up. We need to solve the rooms. The timer's ticking. The hour's going away. It's too late now. Instead, I have something much more important to tell you, so please pay attention. Could I spoil who all is dead? Nah, everyone else is still alive. Except, we have 4 people left alive now, don't we? Tristidia, Invidia, Aviridia, and myself. So if one of us dies, the rest get to go home free, right? And Cora couldn't talk back. Her innate curiosity was piqued, and she remained silent to listen. It's a message from Vidi, which... Message from Vidi! As soon as Aviridia began talking, a loud static noise erupted instead. In a severely distorted voice, came strange directives. Strange directives? Hack Gullah, hack Gullah, hack Gullah directives. Order by table. Order by table. We have a new key, I think. Directives. Let me erase all this math here. Well, it doesn't matter. Like, I didn't have to keep track of alphabet and water. But still. Gullah. Order by table. Despite that, she didn't react to it, as if she did not hear it or even say it. As Aviridia continued speaking, her head turned to the side. She was looking behind Ancora, towards the stop of the... Did she tell us a message from Invidia? Because if so, I didn't hear it at all. You! What happened in... Bang, bang. That'd be Tristidia's MO, which means we don't get the message from Invidia. What if the logs are clever? What if the logs heard what I didn't? Message from Vidi that interrupted. Ah! 2 gunshots rang out, and their effect was immediately visible. Aviridia fell down the stairs at a heap, and the inevitable followed. Well, the good news is we're down to 3 now. We're 3, right? So we get to leave? We win? An explosion robbed the teacher of her head, knocking Ancora away and back to the ground. Also worth noting, once again, Tristidia has survived. Invidia went missing and surrendered his right to live, but Tristidia remains a constant factor. An explosion robbed the teacher of her head, knocking Ancora away and back to the ground. In the dust spreading around her, she could barely see anything of the person who had shot Aviridia. A frosty shiver ran up her spine. That shape? No way. I thought you were dead. Aviridia said you were dead. So unless... I assumed that they shot him, since he's big and muscular. But maybe... what if they only knocked him out, or merely thought him dead, and nobody was smart enough to grab the gun first? That's Ira, isn't it? But isn't he dead? Well, too late. And Cora was shot at that moment. She finally managed to catch a glimpse of her assailant, yet that wasn't enough to guard against a real, physical bullet, boring a hole through her helmet. She then died, too, her head engulfed in a hot mess of an explosion. All of her senses shut down right as it began, and then she was no more. It doesn't make any sense that Ira would be the one to shoot. He's dead. Also, what was up with the strange screeching? I couldn't even think what was going on. Was Ira the one to knock the helmet offline, then snag the gun? That's the only way, which means killing Superbia during the vote triggered him to go insane. I don't know, and I'm fading. But the box remained shut. So I doubt that Hack Gullah order by table is a message from NVIDIA. But we do have a message. Okay, Flo. New file. Third row. We now get a key. Where does that key go to? Gullah had a hackable moment up here. But before I do that, I want to clear out some of the trust segments here. There's one trust I haven't seen. And that'd be pretty much it, wouldn't it? Autofill choices. To get to this moment. Ira. I want to put some points into Ira to confirm that Tristidia doesn't matter. To confirm that getting Ira's trust in this segment won't account for anything. Hack Luxuria. Ira is currently at 33. Superbia, good luck. To the others. Others only gets NVIDIA to 66. Who's this? That's NVIDIA, right? Because that's Luxuria, NVIDIA, Ira. Superbia to 33. Majority now dead. Remaining survivors bleakly look to what they can do. First one. So Superbia gets a trust, and then hack Superbia here. Except not going to hack Superbia. So it's either Ira or Superbia to bump up to 100% then. Oh well, still gotta confirm it. And it's the only trust in this route that I haven't done yet. Talk with Ira, irritable Ira. The lion was trying to ignore Ancora, while she followed right behind Superbia and him. She couldn't blame him. Hold on. No one really wanted to associate with her. Checking the trust at 66%, then hacking him will make 99, but 0-0 on the rabbit. Do you want something in... Wait, 0-0? Oh, it was the first one. Hold on. Did the first one default to NVIDIA for who to talk to? I think it did. Yeah, it did. Oh, that's alright, that doesn't matter. The important thing is clearing this one out. Where am I at? Trust 1, right? Trust 1 to Ira. No one wanted to associate with her. Do you want something in particular? No. Just thought since we're going to group up, we should like talk a little. I'm not very good at talking, if you noticed. That's okay by me. There are some easy topics too. Hey, what are you two going on about? We're almost there anyway. Barely in the hallway, you mean? Whatever, just focus on getting there faster. The resulting silence wasn't allowed to go on for very long before someone else talked to Ancora, if the girl was lost in thought already. And then back out to the hallway. Back out to the hallway. Is this Forsaken? It's still allegedly open to anything, which can't be numerically possible, because definitely not going to get Superbia up. Split. Split to choose to hack into. Wait, you know what? No, hold on. Going about this all wrong. Because if I choose here, then I'll have to go through the hacking thing and the booting up the initializations. All I gotta do is trust and choose era. Oh. That's fine, we know the solution. Get to the arguments. Then choose to hack era to bump him up to 99% and confirm that it still leads to a dead end. Gotta get that confirmation, clear out more of the... Oh no, I just erased my solution. What was it? It's clear! My calculator's clear! Is there a history? Could I open a history? Why is my history all the way in January 2020? Where's today's? Today's math did not exist, apparently. Lovely. Well, I don't really have to go through it, do I? Because now that I've chosen to hack him, then that route, even at 99%, leads to death. We know that to be true, because everything else is now grayed out. So even if we were to complete the puzzle and listen to him, then it's a moot point. We've already got him anyway, because getting him requires going through this first route first. But now we have not just confirmation that getting Era's help up does nothing. And now, if you go all the way back down here, we can choose all the trusts, all those cleared out. But now we have one more key to get back to this timeline, get into Gullah, and maybe open things up here. But that is where I'm going to call it for the week. Monday, maybe, we'll hop back onto that key, unlock it. And that'll be the top part completed. That would. That'd be... Oh wait, no it wouldn't. No it wouldn't. Because even if it gets me down here, I still don't have this path, or this path done. Oh, that's right. Who was this one? I can't remember. Just when I think that one key is going to open up more mysteries, there's still so much more that I haven't done yet. But yeah, that's gonna be it. It's going to be it for this week. So thanks for being here. Cyber 7, Corpse Eater and all. Oi, music. Where did music get to? There we go. For now, going to see who is online to drop a little raid onto. Is anybody playing Birth Me Code? There is somebody playing Birth Me Code, but he's gone offline. It might have been Bia. We'll find out Monday. Either way, we'll find out on Monday.
But seems like no one else is playing Birth Me Code, so I guess I'll drop a little bit of a raid onto Duke Donuts. Actually, no. Let's raid Kyoryu instead. Kyoryu, who is having a birthday stream. And what better reason to raid than to say hello and happy birthday. Plus, he is good people, he's cool people. So, until Monday, take care of each other. Have a good weekend. Have lots of fun. And see you around. It's been a pleasure having y'all.